Hey guys, how's it going? Bit of a later night stream today. I guess it's like 7 p.m. I just felt like streaming some Across the Obelisk. I wanted to stream yesterday, but unfortunately I ended up being pretty busy with schoolwork that kind of leaked in today, and then I ran some errands. But I figured we could do some more of the second save file and specifically look for some of the pets. Tomorrow, real quick, I probably will try and stream the rest of the Genshin Lantern Rite event, because I believe the last part launches tomorrow as far as the story quests go. And I thought it'd be fun to just kind of tie all those quests together, because each part is usually pretty short. But overall, aside from that, what's the weekly challenge? Oh, I did this already. This was a weird one, because the first weekly challenge I've done in a long time we did on stream, and we almost died multiple times. I did last week's one, and it was really easy because they gave us a really broken Nesglect comp. And then this week was a little weird. But as far as the stuff we have left to go on the main save file, we are still missing a decent chunk of characters. We're missing these two, Thules and Gustav, Cornelius, Nesglect, and actually that's it. Of those characters, I think Gustav and Nesglect in particular are very powerful. Gustav and Wilbur work really well in their classes because they're kind of supportive. You know, they have a lot of utility, I should say. Beyond that, though, I might use Thules. I think Thules is a pretty fun character to use Poison Build on. But let's just hop into it. I think as far as pets go, and I was looking at this. So the wolf is pretty good. It's funny because you can get it, I think you get it just from taking Yager to the camp. Basically, the node where you fight Yager normally, if you have Yager with you, he just basically says, oh, here's my stuff, and I believe that unlocks the node so it can appear between Yager and Ilmer. Pretty good pet, especially on Magnus, just because he's fast enough to apply some slow. Other pets, though, and I think the first two we'll try and go for are probably the Dark Cube. These two are really nice for Dark and Sanctify comp, which are my two favorite comps to run. This Beaver, you have to do all three of them, just the same thing 3 times, but another really good pet for Magnus or a fast character is Palisade Cast, as well as Shield Generator for maybe a slower character, but all very good stuff. We'll probably start for the Dark comp pet, just because that's the comp we're using, because it's very fast to speedrun early achievements on base difficulty. But eventually, maybe once these guys hit higher rank, we'll try out these different comps and higher Magnus as well. Because I'd like to branch out and maybe do some other stuff. But anyways, let's hop into it. Eventually, I do want to do a Straw Hat run. And this is the event that kind of kicks that off. What will probably happen is once we decide to do it, we just restart until we get this purple event. It's nice because for the Straw Hat, though, even though you have to dedicate an entire run, that's pretty common for a lot of unlocks. It tells you right off the start if you have the node, which isn't the case for a lot of unlocks. As far as... I'm trying to remember. I know we have to get... I mean, I have the page over here. For the 2 cubes, I believe you have to have Trustworthy or Honorable. We tried to unlock it last time. It just didn't work because we are also unlocking the Paladin character. And as a result, we couldn't do it, the 2 of them at the same time. Let's see, currency retention is good. These town upgrades we're getting to a good spot. The nice thing is, once we max them out, we can actually use these supplies that we'll continue to get for golden shards at the beginning or to level up rank on characters. That's part of the reason why I'm waiting to use other teams, because we can't, you know, we still haven't maxed out the skill trees. I think we're at 30 out of 50. And some of those comps that I'm not as familiar with will feel better once I have more stuff to work with. Yeah, we're just missing so many of the pets. I still think of the ones we have, the bunny's good on Magnus. Anything that benefits from being early on in a turn cycle works well on Magnus. I really like the Rift pet. And then, I mean, as far as the other ones go, it just kind of, you know, whatever we bring. Having a pet is better than no pet, even if at the very end hand check, you know, deletes all of them. It's still pretty nice. That's actually pretty good for Magnus. I try not to overspend in the starting town just because I've realized that just with the quality of gear you get later on, it works really well to hold off on that. But we've been trying to just get enough stuff in the starting town that we can get rid of some of the other cards. For example, we've been taking out all aggressive cards on Magnus just because our Dark Comp has enough damage. So having him go fast and give some shielding is nice. We could grab a Shield Bash, though. It's funny because it's similar to the build Heiner runs. It's just that Heiner isn't... He's just too slow. I love Heiner. Probably my favorite warrior to use. But he's so slow. Grab some punches. I like setting up for duality build for sure. Alright, then Zek could just grab some curses. I do think that even though you can get really good dark application on non-curses, with the way Zek's talents work on level up, it just feels really good to have those in specific. And then same thing with Malika. I will say though, especially once we stop using dark comp as heavily, having Nezglect is important. I don't know how many runs we'll do today. If it's only 1 or 2, we probably won't work on it. But if we do decide to do another one, I will probably do a Nezglect unlock run. I just really think we need some more pets. But as far as the removes go, we'll just remove these. You can get them to be free with upgrade, but honestly, I don't think you need damage out of Magnus with the comp I'm running. At a higher difficulty, though, you can't really remove them. Same thing with the mana shields, too. I just don't go defensive. And I really do not appreciate giving Dark to Zek because it's more of a skill issue, really. And it definitely is very powerful to do the self-Dark build on Zek. Remove one of those. The problem is I just often ends up accidentally killing Zek. And that's ultimately the issue. It is absolutely a skill problem, but having Zek just randomly die is the most annoying thing in the world. Let's pop one more card in Malika. Just because I just think with the way she heals, unless you really feel like you need the extra max HP with Vitalize. Same thing, like, you can do a cool combination with Zek Malika because they were available so early. Where she, Shadow Mends him, you apply a bunch of Dark to Zek, and then right before the Dark procs, he has effects based on how much Dark he has. It works really well. However, it's a high risk, high reward, and I just don't think at base difficulty you need to take that risk. As far as these go, we probably go free defense. It does look like we don't have the upgrade. You can transmute for free, which is nice later on. Because if you get an upgraded card, that's on the wrong upgrade, you can just transmute it at the next town. Either way, take these upgrades and let's get going. So, ooh, I'm not sure. Hold on. I know we've already taken a sec to boot up. This game's a bit slow-paced to begin with. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember how you get trustworthy. Because I do really like just the extra dark application on pet. You know what? Let's go for a Palisade pet, actually. So, we have to proceed through the red portal, combat in the goblin caves, collect the small log, take the small log and give it to the beavers. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have to do anything on this map for that. Maybe I should have brought Yager. This is for a pet, I know. Duels is here. Ooh. The problem is, we might pick up... Let's pick up the Cornelius quest. Just because I'm not sure if... where that node in Velgrath we're going is. We're just going to have to take a look once we get to that map. So here we go. Yeah, pretty standard stuff. I know it's a little boring just to keep using Dark Comp, but honestly, it's the fastest way, I think, to unlock things early. The nice thing is, though, as we get to higher difficulties and maybe use different comps, your chest that you get does scale with what difficulty you are on. I thought that would be... There we go. It does scale with, like, a number of things, right? Your currency retention, what difficulty you're on, how far you got, how many bosses you beat. But it gets pretty saucy. I've had chests that were like 20k. What's this event? Oh, this might be the granary. You know, the granary, I believe, is how you unlock the Harpy pet. Which is good for lightning build, but the only person I run lightning build on is is Wilbur. I believe his name is. It's not that you can't run it on anyone else. Like, I know the starting mage is really versatile. So she works well in a number of different builds, but I usually just don't mess around with certain characters. Kind of similar to the way Zek can do a high-risk, high-reward comp, actually. Cornelius can do a very fun burn build. but I really don't like applying statuses to myself if I don't have to, because that's how people get one-shot. We shouldn't need to have do anything. It's part of what makes certain classes kind of boring to play in this game in multiplayer, though. Is imagine you're playing Magnus and all you have to do is spam block every turn. You know, I'm down for Fast Strike. It's the exact same thing as the Punches. A 0-cost card for when she gets Duality. We're getting a lot of Curses of Agony, which is interesting. That is a nice barricade. Let's see, add Meteorite to... Oh, you know what? It's early on. Let's try it. I never do Obelisk challenges, and we should. Especially on the first plane, it's not like we're going to get hurt too badly. Yeah, that is kind of scary. Maybe we try and one-shot Sheep. Nice. Yeah. I mean, the start isn't usually too bad regardless, but just the ability to tear through literally everything feels so good. Because overall, we're basically seeing, you know, no consequence from taking this modifier. And it just gives... Yeah, we saw no consequence because it was a one-turn run. And we got a free barricade that's upgraded. I don't think I need more intercepts. Take a Curse of Agony. It's so hard with Novelia and Leia, actually, because it feels like if you take this perk, both of them have a version of it, you really need to be careful with the balance of your cards. Let's see. Yeah, probably not. She keeps getting, sorry, Malika keeps getting really good versions of cards for, Nescollect. Yeah, we just take the combats. I'm super overdoing the rolls if I don't need it for something. I think it was last stream of Across the Obelisk we failed an 85% roll, and another one we failed like an 80% something roll. It's just kind of upsetting at that point, honestly. Alright, unfortunately, we're not going to have much AoE. I feel like where a lot of AoE Dark application comes from actually is from Malika, funnily enough. I overcapped and wasted energy. Alright, as soon as that pops, it should be lethal. Very nice. Yeah, I've enjoyed our Genshin and Starro streams recently, though. I love both those games, and I love playing them. It's just hard to know, you know, what to stream on them over an extended period of time. I've been exploring Penacony, sorry, recently as well, and it's been a good time. It's a cool area. I think they innovated pretty well. Definitely kind of subverted my expectations. No. I'm not a big fan of curses for Zek that don't apply dark. It makes them kind of a one-trick pony. But I still think it's just helpful. Why is this glowing green? I'm gonna try this. I don't remember what the unidentified ring is. But it's going to Magnus. Okay. I wish I'd remembered what that was. Hold on. I'm just trying to remember too how you unlock Nesglek, because I thought it was with this node, and maybe we can do it at the same time. I just hate to do runs with just one thing. You have to go Velkorath and then the Void. We have the Stargazer event. Divination. And then you deliver a package to Snemo. Okay. It'll depend on where we have to go. Yeah, we'll do this. It'll just depend on where we have to go in Velkorath for the Beaver. Because I do not recall either way. You know? I could actually just go fight Yager. It's this node right here, though. If you have Yager in your party, you don't have to fight, and then from then on, it's like a node right here for the wolf can appear. I was thinking about Trustworthy as well. I think you can get it off this, but we are pinned into for the beaver going red than blue. Let's just make our way there. Sorry, we can't help you this time, Otis. Throw up a barricade. To be honest, I think I upgraded Magnus's cards a little bit too much early. Just because it's not necessary. Probably not being efficient here. That's kind of the issue with Navalia, though, without other characters if she tries to go dark. Because she was in this past weekly, actually. Is you can try and have her apply dark on her own, but she applies so few stacks by comparison that she kind of just ends up slugging things to death. That's not the card I meant to use. Oops. It's okay. Still dies in one more turn. Unfortunately, when Magnus is the only one faster, and we don't have any attacking cards for him, it doesn't work out too well. There we go. No. The nice thing about doing things so early, too, is you get extra rewards. One of those things that also benefits Dark Comp, because they kill things so fast that you get top-tier rewards. Yeah, Moon Ritual. We might as well. I don't know if there's any reason not to take the Moonstone, because you can use it to just skip one small enemy in the Ilmer fight, as well as you can usually just sell it if you're not unlocking Sylvie. Alright, what have we got? Ideally, we just focus down the... I should have used Dark Glove first, oops. The Dryad here. The main issue is that I just don't have, like, those dark punches from Novelli are really nice once they're upgraded. I just don't have them upgrade. But it's so nice once you get to the point that you don't need the town supplies for any other reason. You can just start splurging on runs. Feels really good. What feels less good is that we're not getting good cards for our characters. I always take in Ritual, Curse Mancy. Like, you can do different builds, but ultimately, I just think that... Yeah, we'll take the gold, too. It's 280 gold. How much does it cost to remove the injuries? Because that might not be as worth it, then. We can get rid of the ring, though. That's nice. He doesn't have the cursed ring anymore. Give that to her. That to Zach. And, sure. Having an item is better than not having an item, even if you replace it. Otherwise, I mean, you still get some gold. Actually, they're immune to that. I'm actually down to do this. Because then we can just remove those curses that we got for free. And at worst, we just take some chip damage. No one's gonna die this early. But I'm so in the habit of not even messing with the Obelisk challenges because I just don't think they're necessary. When in reality, you know, you can get some good rewards off of it. It's just the Obelisk, The Obelisk penalties can be so scary. Like, we've seen that in the weekly challenges especially. Even on my own, because I've done 2 now on my own and 1 on stream. I just actually don't mess with the Obelisk stuff most of the time because you risk a whole lot of damage. Like, this week I think it was because it was the Chinese or Lunar New Year. I can't remember which one. It was really cool to see because they had a lot of theme stuff for that. So, like, the effect was every turn an enemy would get a dragon and each of the dragons did a different effect. Cool stuff, but also very scary. We got no. Bit unfortunate. Yeah, and it's free. Perfect. I don't really have anything else I'd want to remove on him. Not on her either. I actually really like Vengeance. The Curses of Exhaustion are... They don't apply dark, but they're so cheap that I like keeping them in. Maybe a Shadow Bolt. Zek just works well with dark in general. It's like his big shtick. I think the big thing is that... And she can keep those. The big thing is that ultimately he works better with his kit with curses. But I think a lot of the non-curses do tend to help you with application a little bit better. Anyways. What do we got? Not having the Dryad here isn't usually a big deal. The only time I think this fight's annoying, once you really once you get your account going, is if you're running a bleed build because, they're trees. Getting not poison, bled isn't exactly the biggest concern for them. Poison still works, though. I have such bad paranoia about using poison builds because it's so easy to, especially with the dragon enemies and some of the later enemies, for them to just transfer a billion poison stacks to you. Especially since poison acts at the end of the turn. I think there might be a talent that changes that, but generally, it acts at the end of the turn, which leaves you vulnerable to things like curse transfer. That's actually killed a lot of my group's multiplayer runs because we poisoned them, and like I have one friend in particular that loves playing duels because you can do both stealth build and poison build. And I've died because usually with my luck, I'll be playing the healer and it jumps on me. Oh, it's rough. And here we see. I mean, this is still a decent early one of those. It's not like super necessary, granted, to get equipment here. It's just nice. Because almost none of this equipment, unless you get like early Cup of Death, is going to last you the entire time. Anyway, we need to go to Velkorath. Goblin Caves Combat. I do not... Okay, it's here. So... Okay, we might be able to unlock Nezglect as well. I think. That would be very helpful. Nezglect is such a powerful healer for literally any other comp. I actually think all the healers in this game, though, are pretty good. Because ultimately, the idea with them is you have... you have Reginald, who scales up by using Bless stacks. He does a ton of damage, and then heals using those Bless stack buffs. You have Otis, who applies Sanctify, then everyone heals themselves by hitting those enemies with Sanctify. You have Malika, who only works in Dark Comp, and then you have Nezglect, who is a ridiculously scaling character. The problem with Nezglect is the way his healing works is he applies like Sight and Insanity, and then he heals at the end of his turn based on the number of those stacks on the enemy. Which is helpful, but if you're killing enemies fast, especially in the early game, you don't get the opportunity to get that healing, which is where fast, blockers like Magnus come into play. That being said, I think I like mixing these up, because applying Scourge is very powerful, but so is being able to control who you're hitting. And a lot of times I think you can get away with just going front to back, but there's a lot of fights that you really don't want to do that on. This can be the last thing we get. Altar and Church here are important. I just don't use the Divination cart very often. It's essentially kind of how like the shopkeepers can allow you to sell shards to get some gold. It's the opposite. You can get a card Divination, get some cards, or take crystals. I will say, though, it's a shame because the sack of grain we got, you can take up here and unlock a pet. However, I'm not going to take that over Champy and Nezglect unlock. Always weirds me out when there's only a few people, though. I don't know why. I just always kind of assume there's going to be a full party here. And it's going to be fun once we start climbing Madness levels, like... This game's been out for a long time, so people have all sorts of guides for Magnus 15. But you see some crazy stuff, and you have to... It's one of those things about roguelikes, right? Where on easier difficulties, a lot of times once you're used to the game, you can do whatever you want. But when you're kind of still learning the game, when you're kind of getting an account going, you hit this point where you really just have to take what you can get and use it. And it's the same thing in, like... The best example I have is Slay the Spire or Arknight's IS-3. Sometimes you have to take something that's not optimal just so you can survive in the moment. Hey, AntiTube, how's it going? I don't know if we need a Vampiric Touch on Malika. Yeah, it should be this one. And we do have to kill the goblins. Okay. Yeah, the downside about unlocking the pet we're going for is that you have to do this 3 times to get all 3 of them. It'd be much easier if you could just do one. got? I think this is probably highest priority monster, to be honest. Which is hysterical because everything else here looks a lot more mean. Oh. Yeah, Dark Proc's just a little bit too strong. It falls off really hard at high difficulty, though. It's actually terrible later on. Let's see. He's taunting, so that has to go on him. The downside to the unlocks we're doing, though, is we won't be able to get our normal path for stronger dark application gear. 5 stars in Genshin too easy these days? I don't know. I mean, they never really changed the pity system. But I think part of it, too, is eventually you kind of get your account at a point, right, where you can save up for the characters you really like. But, who knows? Sometimes, too, it's just kind of your luck with pity. But I guess if you're getting characters and it's easier, that's better, right? Rather than just losing all your 50-50s. Okay, I did get the log. None of this is super helpful. The amulet, I guess, is okay. We are not going in the cave because we need to see Nesglect. Okay. We definitely put the package on our healer because it doesn't really matter if she goes last. What do we got? Hero plays and tag, all monsters gain that. I really want to do more of these obelisk corruption challenges because I think it gives you more resources at the end. We'll try it. This one could hurt. If we had stronger cards to upgrade, I'd have taken the other one. But I'm curious what it'll give me. I feel like when Zhongli is C3'd, he's very, very OP. Yeah, I mean, I only have C0 Zhongli, and even then, I just think Zhongli's... I don't know how they're ever going to power creep him in any way. Because even if there's other shielding options, it's ridiculous, right? Yeah, I haven't looked at what all his constellations do. Is C3 a pretty big breakpoint for him? Because I know it's kind of different for different characters, right? Like, I think a surprising number of Genshin characters, though, have really big gated damage constellations at 2 and 3. I think so, yeah. That makes sense. Because, like, Raiden, right? I think one of her biggest damage jumps is C2. The one where she ignores defenses. Or, like, a huge chunk of defense. I think Yai as well, it's 2 or 3, isn't it? When she gets the extra levels on her totems. Definitely interesting to see. But for some characters, I think it's early. I think I've heard Ganyu. I want to say it's C1 is supposed to be pretty good. But yeah, I think I'm going to stream maybe the rest of the Lantern Rite tomorrow. Part of the reason I stream roguelike games like this is it's really hard to find something to stream consistently on Genshin and Starro. They have some good repetitive modes sometimes, but a little difficult. We got here. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. +1 card tier, huh? That is actually pretty nice. Okay. I'll take a purge. Only 5-star don't have a Albedo. I'm missing a good chunk of characters, but I also have like 5 pities worth of wishes saved up right now. But I've heard Albedo's really good for Navia, so I'd maybe like to pull him on his next banner. It stinks for Geo because, you know, and I think they're trying to fix this with Navia, is the more and more the game goes on, I feel like it's tilting more towards reaction comps, and that's where they kind of left Geo in the dust here. Nice. Next banner on version 4.5. Oh, okay, so next patch with Chiori. Yeah, I still haven't decided. Maybe I'll pull on him if I don't go for Chiori. I don't know what her kit is. Because I know, I mean, between 4.5 and 4.8, right? Before we go to Natlan, we're going to have Arlecchino and Clorand and Chiori. And Arlecchino and Clorand actually were the two big characters I wanted to pull. Yeah, sure, we'll go here. What characters are you looking forward to? I think there's a lot of good ones coming up. I guess we haven't seen a whole lot of leaks, unfortunately, for Natlan characters, but we at least know about, like, upcoming Harbingers eventually, right? I think maybe I need to start playing. This is my second save file in this game. The roguelike stuff, and maybe I need to up the difficulty for better starts. I've already kind of hit the point where I'm just never going to lose a run with this team comp. Too strong at low difficulties. Scared of Dainsleif. I have no idea when he's gonna... Have you heard when they're planning on making him playable? 'Cause he's been around for a long time at this point. At least as far as, like, a character we've known of. I think someone told me we usually see him around Lantern, right? But from what I've heard, even not having finished the quest, I don't know if he's in the quest line. Maybe it was the patch after, they said. But he's going to be interesting. Because he's one of those characters I think is just so hyped up, too, like Varka maybe or Capitano, that if they give him a bad kit, people are going to be mad. Like, so I'd have to imagine he'll be pretty good. 4.6 to 5.0. That's much earlier than I thought, honestly. I mean, we say earlier, right? But he's been... I can't even remember what patch we first met him on. It was a long time ago, though. Have you seen anything on his kit? Because I'd heard theories that if they were going to introduce another element, maybe he'd be the one to bring it in. But I feel like that'd be a little bit early for him to try anything new. Want to face this boss? The health pools at this level are just so low. Yeah, we one-phased him, jeez. What do we got? I keep seeing this card and it's really only good for Leia. Bad. Okay, so what have we got? Ooh, I haven't seen that before. That to her. You have to go to Blue Portal. I believe it's down here somewhere. Just unfortunate, because it's higher up on this map for the really good upgrade we go for. It's a really good cloak. Oh wow, we can corrupt this immediately. That's really good. What is high priority? At this point, I think upgrading Dispels is good. Should be able to get a Mass Dispel. Yeah, it's expensive though. What do we got? It's fine. It'd be nice once we have more upgrades on. Card upgrade cost. Hydro or Cryo? Mostly Cryo. That's interesting. I mean, he's got a blue-like theme to him, right? And they're usually pretty good about making the color scheme of a character what they go with. Sometimes, I guess. pay for it so we don't miss out on the roll. Ooh. Oh, no, it's self. It's interesting. I do wonder if they'll give him a supportive kit, because that is something that I feel like they've done with pretty much all the Archons to make them more future-proof. Because if you make them just a DPS, eventually they'll kind of get... they'll get power prepped. It's not always, I think, as bad as people make it out to be. Because, like, I play a lot of Arc Knights. Power creep in that game is several times more rough. Like, my first 5-star in Arc Knights was Project Red. He is literally worse on every account than Tex Alter. Like, so I do wonder if that's the route they'll go. That's annoying. Get some debuffs off. What we got? I keep forgetting when you have the Scarab pet, you get so many more Scarabs for free rewards. I guess that comes at the cost of the pet not doing anything in fights. First 5-star in Genshin was Chi-Chi, and I'd use her until Xiao. Oh, I feel that, man. My first 5-star was Keqing. And, I'm trying to remember, like, I first started playing on the first Eula banner, and she actually ended up being, like, my main DPS for a long, long time. But I did not get her on her first banner. I had Keqing, and I think my second was Raiden Shogun. And I didn't have a non-Barbara healer until, like, 6 months in when I got Jean. I think I actually used Noelle, because Noelle has very little healing, but she has the shield as well. And she has to be actively on the field is the problem. I think that's a big part of the reason why off-field DPS feels so good in Genshin, is even if a character's kit is a little bit more lackluster, just being able to do it when they're not on field helps. Hold up. I lost it. Yep. That's unfortunate. Bro was set for Dendro and he didn't even know it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired. Those matching games, I think I've failed literally like 3 times ever in like 200 runs of this game, and I think all 3 of them were on stream. Where it's the most awkward to miss a matching game. I don't know. Like, I'm really curious to see what they add. That's been a big thing I've seen with a lot of people who are experiencing kind of Genshin burnout, is that they feel like, you know, there's not much of a reason to pull on characters, but I think that's the point where your account gets fun. Because that's the point where you don't have to pull on something, you know? If someone started today, I feel like you gotta recommend, you know, if possible, pulling on Zhongli or Kazuha. Once your accounts really get to the point that you've got everything you need to clear Spiral Abyss, you know? Don't think he wanted to taunt, honestly. There's some dispels up. Yeah, I'm really surprised you can do Nesglect at the same time as this unlock. Part of the problem with this roguelike in particular is most unlocks you need to devote like an entire run and then either reset the run once you get it, or you know, you finish the run so you get more XP. Only 4-star you don't have a Xingqiu? You know, I haven't built Xingqiu because I play Yelan a lot, but Xingqiu is a classic. You might be able to... I'm trying to remember how you spell it. I think it's like Xin... I'd have to look it up, one sec. Xingqiu, maybe? Xingqiu? That's weird. is what Google is telling me. But did you already pick your 4-star for the Lantern Rite? One. Because I know, like, that's how I got Gomming, because I just didn't get Gomming earlier. Because if not, I think you can get most of the Leo characters, right? But he's a solid support. But it's one of those things, right, where people always talked about how broken Bennett was, and I really have never used Bennett very much. You can get away without him. But part of it's that same off-field DPS, especially early on, right, when it was less common. Xingqiu could just pop ult and switch him off. But I also think, I'm trying to remember how many people still use Bennett. He's still a solid unit, I just don't think he's as high priority as he once was. More Dark Charge should be lethal there. That's not who I meant to use that on, but it'll work. I guess we can still get the weapon from the Rat King here. That's nice. I'll go with this. I'm not choosing Gomming. I know very little. I did his like test run on stream, but I still don't even remember much about Gomming, other than he does a really cool flip and slam down. But you'll get him eventually. I mean, you could always go the route of saving the I can't remember what they're called, but the special currency you get for pulling. I'm drawing a blank. But, you know, he's one of those characters, too, that at least I think appears a little more often. I could be wrong on that, but, like, a really good example in the opposite way is I don't think they ever have Sara show up unless it's a Shogun banner. So, could be worse. But yeah, I've stopped kind of polling for 4 stars over time, because I've realized that you get them eventually, right? As opposed to 5 stars where if you haven't saved enough, it's not happening. But it's always a bit weird with 4 stars too. Because I think the idea they do with a lot of 4 stars in this style of game is that a high constellation, they outperform a low constellation, you know, like, higher rarity unit. Like, I think I've heard that C6 Xingqiu outperforms Yelan at C0 or something like that, but that's all like a numbers game that I usually just don't concern myself with, honestly. When it comes to roguelikes, I'll get really down to the numbers and figure things out, but, you know, you'll get them eventually. Ave on Alhaitham banner. Yeah. Like, it's weird, right? Because some of them just kind of appear randomly. And some of them just, like, are stuck to certain people's banners. Like, it just depends. And I feel like it's like the want factor. I swear the game knows, right? When you really want a character, they're forever away. And when you don't, you get them for free. I don't know how that always happens, but I swear it does. Should have done one more. But it's tough with games like Genshin 2, because I feel like everyone is pulled on a character that they thought they would use, and then they didn't. You know? Like, I pulled on Shenhe, and I really thought I would use her, because I was building Ayaka at the time. I never play Ayaka comp anymore. The feeling getting a banner with no... Yeah. Because then it just feels bad, because even with the double banners, you're basically... I mean, it's nice to save, right? But you end up in a position where it's like, cool, I gotta wait at least 3 weeks. But it's just tough, like... And 4 stars in particular can be like a cruel mistress, I swear. Like, I've been lucky, because I usually have to go to soft pity, I almost never accidentally pull characters. Because it never happens. But, pretty early on in my account, I accidentally pulled Tartaglia. And, because I was trying to get Rosaria cons. Because at the time, I was running Kokomi a lot. And Kokomi Rosaria works really well. Like, it's interesting. I should save that. It's a bit weird, too, because I feel like 4 stars ahead of time aren't leaked nearly as early as the actual 5-star banners. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure there's a leak for, like, all the banners in 4.5, and probably 4.6. But I couldn't tell you who the 4 stars were on. Yeah, I don't know. I think in some weird way, too, though, having characters you'd still like to work towards getting kind of is how, well, it's how they get you to stay, right? But it's like, I played FGO for a long time. I don't anymore, and I really wanted to get Jalter. And, I played that game for like 2 years before I got her. But when I got her, oh, it was great. But I think one of the worst ones for people is Kazuha. I don't know when you started playing, but there was a huge chunk of time when we were waiting for the Kazuha rerun banner. And it was like one of the longest gaps we've had. It was over a year. And people were really mad about it. That's how I think. But that was also before they added in, you know, double banners. See when Coco and... Oh. That's crazy, though. Yeah. I think in 3 years, like, even I have bad luck, right? I've mentioned that I have a really low 50-50 win rate. I've had really good 10 pulls, you know? It happens eventually. I got C1 Hu Tao in one 10 pull. One of them was guaranteed, granted, but, you know. But I know people have joked about Kokomi power creep with Farina, but I think she's still very usable. It's a bit more niche, because the big thing she has over Farina is the ability to stay on field during burst and heal everyone. In case you aren't, like, strong enough, or someone's chunked enough that you can't switch them in safely. Which isn't a super helpful niche, but she's still useful. Like, if you don't have Farina or you don't have a healer for both teams, like, I think people do over-exaggerate a little bit on power creep in these games. Like, it's definitely present, but I don't think it's that bad. We got some good gear out of that fight, though. We're looking pretty strong. Such a good pet, too. What have we got? I just feel like I overkill a bit on Magnus defenses, but... That did not do much damage. What? Thought that Dark Pop would do a lot more. But it's weird too, right, with games, because I feel like you hit a stretch where the games are really nice to you, and then you hit stretches where you don't win any 50-50s. That's another thing I've seen. It's like the game knows. Dragon time. This thing opens up with so much damage a lot of fights. Why are we stacking insanity charges? What did I get that off of? That's scary. What have we got? We apply a lot of statuses. The problem is this thing... Aw. Still my regen. That's not good. This thing's really good at stalling fights. This game's weird just because everything I feel like is based on stacking statuses. And then they'll have enemies that just steal them and just... Ugh. Agnes is still faster than the dragon, so... We can still dispel. Not too bad. That is an unfortunate hand. At this point. Yeah, I do wonder what big events we'll get in Genshin for the rest of the patches. It's weird, right? Because early on in a version, it's usually the new Archon quest and all that stuff, and then we slowly build into other world building. Like how in Sumeru we got the Wanderer arc and everything. I think they do a pretty good job with that. I also think it's why Star Rail has shorter versions. I think in this last area, they've done better with that, but you gotta go to bed for lessons 8. Hey, you have a good one. Make sure to get some sleep and take care of yourself, alright? I'll talk to you later, NT. We got this dragon shouldn't be too bad. It's such a good weapon too, and you're guaranteed it if you fight the Rat King. Enrage. Ooh. Titanfall would be better on Magnus. Take Vampiric Tutor. Malika's seen so many good cards for Nestlect. What have we got? Doesn't have a weapon, but I don't... Like, nothing she has counts as a healing spell is the problem. Just because the way her cards work. Let's take the gold. What have we got? Gotta remove these. I mean, it was just stupid of me to fail the quest line. Or, sorry, the matching game. What have we got? I could reroll a couple of times to try and get some stronger equipment. Oh, there's Blackguard, actually. That's really good. What we got? I'm gonna save gold, I think, because... with the path we're going, I think you can buy a prismatic usually. Should I upgrade a Mass Dispel? Probably. To be honest, we could end this run as soon as we unlock Nesglect, and it probably wouldn't be the worst plan. Just saves time because these runs take so long. In fact, let's save some shards too, because of currency retention. So we gotta go here. I think pretty much every stream so far, for every run we've done on this save file, we've gone top path. Because top path lets you go to the library and roll for a free prismatic, which is like nuts good. Unless you fail the roll. But that's how we got to like super far on like our third or fourth run, was we pulled Lightbringer on a Reginald build, which is like his bis weapon. Actually pretty gross. Because Reginald is one of those healers that... It's funny, because every single one of the 4 main healers, Leia also pulls from the healer deck, has a lot of just straight up damage options available to him. You know, you can focus really hard on healing spells, but Reginald's Holy Crusader build also provides a lot of healing and a ton of damage. Otis is focused on Sanctify, which is an aggressive healing option. And, Malika just... I feel bad, because I use her a lot, but I know Dark Comp isn't used at high diff. And literally, that's the only comp she's good in. It's just kind of one of those design flaws of characters where they make them really good at one particular thing, but then they're pretty much unusable in another situation. I think darkness is good. Maybe we take the shadows. Did I? It was only one. I thought it was both. That's awkward. It's fine. It is not like we are in danger. What do we got? Here's the shadows for sure. Yeah, it's just... we'd be fine even without the black deck, but it's just such a good card. So gross. And the problem with hyper-specific healers, though, is that, like, Malika just doesn't take any standard healing spells. Unless you really think you'll need one for, like, an emergency, it just doesn't work. Let's try and get a discount. 72% chance game. Do me a solid. I hate this game sometimes. Oh, jeez, because it's literally just draws a random card from everyone's deck, and that's where it gets the probability from. I have failed, I think, almost every single 70+% check we've done on stream on this save file. That hurts my feelings a little bit. Yeah, we do get Netherblade, okay. Not the best, but not bad. I could just give it to Malika, actually. Every insanity charge you apply. That's weird, because that's one of those ones Nesglect is focused on insanity, but you don't usually run him in dark comp. So it's a bit lost on you. It's fine. I think we will just go ahead and toss the run once we've unlocked Nesglect, though, because we miss out on a little bit of XP, we miss out on a little bit of currency retention and prize gold for the end of the, for like the beginning of the next run. But something I've been noting, too, with these runs is it just takes so long to get through one, that in a stream we only get to do like 2 or 3. So it lets us do a few more runs, unlock a little bit more, at the cost of some progress, which isn't a huge issue. I should have been focusing the gunner, actually. I do think the gunner is the scariest one. This thing, though, is so funny. If you're running Bree specifically, this guy just blasts someone. Dark Procure. Maybe next run we'll try out a bit of a different comp. It just, again, this is the fastest comp for unlocking things early. It's not that you can't get fast runs on other comps, it's just this is really reliable and fast. This doesn't synergize too well with Duality, though. At least it doesn't proc on a 0 cost. But I just think, on Novelty specifically, it's just too good. Scourge is strong, don't get me wrong, but the number of sources you can apply Scourge from is so low that I don't usually go for that. If there were better options for, like, applying it, I think it'd be a better perk. But a lot of the characters in this game are very susceptible to, like, one thing is good for them on their talent trees and the other just isn't. Like Nesglect's healing, with the way it works, you can get like a friendly tadpole buff on draw, which you might not even draw in some shorter fights. Or you can just get like straight up buffed everything he wants to do. Just make sure we put up enough block and just take it down. One sec. I have to run to the bathroom though. Be right back. Alright. What have we got? I should have maybe upgraded Condemnation, but we're only going through one more fight. I think just doing checks gives you XP. I know there's a way. I think it's a library option. Okay. I mean, it just increases price. That one was a coin flip, to be fair. Have we failed every check we've done so far? Including the one that was actually a skill check? That's just kind of sad. Because all of them, that was the lowest percentage one we've done, I think, this run. And it was 53. I think we go Gunner. Vampiric Tutor is nice. It was one, that's why. That's an awkward mistake from me then. Make sure this thing dies. The cursed cards are weird on this one too. Because they are based... They don't do damage, they just kind of apply a huge amount of dark. At least I think. Thought I've noticed. Maybe I'm just crazy. But it's just better to use them, I think, on an enemy that doesn't have many charges stacked up. And then make the use elsewhere. I mean, I could check right now while their turns are going in the background. First cards. Yeah, it just applies Insanity, Sight, and the Insanity and Sight is also good for Nesglect. It's just weird because you can run Nesglecting Dark Comp. I just don't think people usually do. Especially since Malika can get a lot of AoE Dark application that you just don't see in other cards. But when we play this, we do want to use the energy on our curses. It's like the one big exception. Bit of an anti-synergy. The problem is her other talent at that level is basically just like if she dies, right? It's like a GA is the best way I could put it from League. Which is helpful, but like, if she's not the main tank, why would you use it? Because then you're just cutting out on her damage. Alright, here we go. Here's your package. We get extra discount at the Forge, but like, realistically, oh, the Holy Grail. And the Ankh of Life. This would have been really good if I was playing any other healer. I mean, the Ankh is good in general, but... Oh, it's Nesglect. Anyway, let's go ahead and call the run there. I think you have to get into a fight to call, but... It feels like a bit of a shame, right? But it lets us continue and do some more unlocks here. And so far, we've finished every run, whether we die or, you know, finish the run, so I don't feel too bad about it. One nice thing I've realized is these weekly challenges, I don't know if they give you XP, but this is the Lunar New Year one, but if you complete it, it does give you the card back for all your save files, which I didn't think would be the case. I did pick up the Halloween DLC because it was like $5. And I got my tax return and it was pretty nice this year. I was actually very grateful. Helps a lot while I'm in school. But yeah, this wasn't bad because you just did a frost build. It was weird because I think if the options are static, there were a lot of dark application cards. But you have Blessed Boy, Speed Blocker, AoE Ice, and so it feels like you just kind of go for the melee ice build on her. Because it's just so hard to get her to reliably proc dark if she's the only one you have with you. But this challenge I remember because Reginald scaled into a monster again. But maybe we'll save this at one point to do it. Fully random roguelike is fun too. I've been doing a little bit of this more. Let's hop into it. Let's just do the perks for this. We will eventually get into using other comps. It's just really powerful to do this. Maybe once we unlock Gustav or something, we'll try some different stuff out. Because I fully recognize it can be a bit boring to use the same comp repetitively. But I really want to get these unlocks done on stream for the new save file. And then, do I really need to do ice build on her? To be honest, probably not. She has all the dark perks. I usually don't go for decay. So we get some resources. Or just speed. Speed is really helpful. I think it's unnecessary on healers. You can get out-cycled really badly if your healers are too slow. But to be honest, if they're going early on in its turn cycle, it's not like it, you know, does a lot. I think round 2 energy is good. It's very niche, I think, that you play a character that wants 6+ energy cards. And, round 4, we're ending fights before it hits that point. Anyway, let me take a look at this page real quick and decide what we're going to unlock. Because I do want to unlock some more pets. We could do the cubes. Orby's a bit random. You can basically deliver ingots from Obsidian Shipment or Black Forge. So yeah, we did see where we get the Harpy. We don't have duels. Duels might be a good way to go. You know what? What I think we're going to do here is... Sorry, I'm taking a second. Have we unlocked the slime pet? We have not. Aquaform Marsh, Western Lizardman, you get the slime bait. Okay, I think we can go for a quick run to unlock duels. And, we can go for Thools and the slime pet. This is the flame slime pet. I'm just not going to go for the flame slime pet. Is it the sheep? Okay, we can get Betty. That's for well-fed. That's such a good buff. I'm actually going to go ahead and not take our treasure. Because if we're going for Thools unlock, we can literally just rush there and restart the run. It looks a little bad. This is why, funnily enough, I think I've mentioned it. My main save file looks like I have a really low win rate. Because I did this a lot on unlocks. Especially when a new DLC comes out. It's hard to know. But for these unlocks, we're literally just going to... like, the second plane. I believe it is. Because I believe slime bait is... I'm trying to think. But it's a bit weird to see these cards, right? Because, like, I could give Magnus 5 max HP. Or use those heals. It's why I don't do it, though. Is because unless you're really at a high difficulty and you're taking that damage, it just feels like a bit of a waste. And with deck builders in general, you're always very reliant on your card cycles. Because bad RNG can just kill you. And they do let you restart battles, thankfully, which does ease that up a little bit. But it's still a potential problem, and it feels terrible. Anyway, let's get Betty. I think we did this event once, which is why it was discovered with the name. However, we accidentally, I think didn't go the right way, which was awkward. To be fair, though, Betty isn't exactly a pet that I'll be using, most likely. The problem, though. A lot of Novelia's starting deck is not spells. That's what we've been stocking up on early for her. And the consequence is she's left with a lot of those, like, punches. And dark blows that can only hit front monster. Yeah, so you get hands like these. Bad Augury doesn't apply any dark until you have the talents that let her apply dark on hit. And it just makes things much more slow going. What do we got? New. Good curse. No. Yeah, we have to go up. I think last time we went straight through. Yeah, Duels is a solid. Duels and Slimy are just a good poison combo. I've never been a fan of poison in this game. It's one of the easiest things to stack, I think. Without, like, intricate setups for, like, you know, Blood Guard, super ridiculous Bleed Gruckly. The issue ultimately, it just is that when you poison enemies, I think there's a perk that makes it maybe proc at the start of the turn. At the cost of some effectiveness in the tree. But for just a vanilla... you know, poison run, or a poison character in just a vanilla run, them being poisoned and dying at the end of a turn just lets them hit you. Or, you know, as we've mentioned earlier, they can transfer stuff, which also hurts. I guess we can take some aggressive cards on Magnus here, because we are just speedrunning the first little bit. Here, you want... we can just give him the... well... yeah, it'll be faster to give him the gold. And we don't even have pets because we skipped, yeah. What's this? Wait, what? I'm not going to do the hatch. We're really speedrunning it. We're not going to attack the horrors. What is this, though? The golden sheep. What is the golden sheep? I don't recall this. What is that? Is this for something specific? Because if it's for something specific, maybe I should look what it is and, you know, we can look for it. It's weird because, like, I know I have everything unlocked on my main save file, so I know I've done everything at... Oh, that's awkward. At some point. I just don't remember what half of these things are. So I have to keep looking stuff up so we don't just wander. Yeah, that has to be an event that you get from doing the Betty quest line. Does it give you, like, a golden sheep? I don't know, wool or something, I'd imagine. The noises in this game just crack me up every time. This is why I don't like the starting decks. And you kind of have to work with them. Because at the top difficulty, you can't have chests. But this is kind of what I'm talking about, where... like, you just have fewer options if you don't tailor your starting cards to what you want. Which is annoying. But not, you know, too much of an issue. And the nice thing is now we can save a chest and do a more invested follow-up run. I mean, we can even have Magnus apply some more bleed. I guess we could do... You know what? No, let's do the slime event. You want to sacrifice your weapon? Sure. Yeah, just cast Blood Splash. It's another bleed pet. There's a couple bleed pets. The mosquito works pretty well for it as well. The weird thing about the slimes is they don't show up in the tome. I guess maybe it's because... I've always assumed it's because they're pets that we didn't level up before the first... Huh. I've always assumed it's because the starting pets are, like, the ones that count, I should say, in the tome, are always possible to start with. Whereas the slimes are always temporary. You have to get, like, the chromatic slime event for some of them as well. I will say the one downside to us not upgrading is hopefully we won't die to the Spider Queen. Because as unlikely as it seems, that fight is such a pain that it might actually happen. The Dark Rituals on Zek actually aren't bad, though. They basically let Zek get extra energy and be even more aggressive. A lot of the mages have some way of either playing for energy, even if it's just scrolls or books, you know? But Wilbur's the one that I think really excels at it. Yeah, literally, even just compared to last run with our prep, you can see the big difference. And just in effectiveness too, like Magnus is spamming fewer cards, Malika isn't drawing helpful cards. Just the way it goes. Still not too bad. I've got no. You know, we'll take one. I don't even think Malika's gotten a card so far. Wolfguard, Shadow Imbuement, Cursed Manseed, Engine Ritual. We should take some equipment here. I'm just gonna pick some stuff. Alright, so we need to go Green Portal. I just realized we didn't take Duel's event. Let me see what we can do with the Golden Pool. That's awkward. I just completely autopiloted. We grabbed the wool and... Oh, to be fair, we can't even go for Duel's event with what we did. I'm just dumb. Okay, so the only thing I'm seeing that is not just selling it for gear is... specifically... You can take it to the Forge. What is... Oh, that's got to be another slime event. Or it's the Merciless event. I always heard, so there's a purple event here that you can use to get the Merciless buff. But I always heard there was one down here. This is either another Blood Slime event or that. But this also might be one. I'm confused. Anyway, because I made a dumb mistake... Well, at the very least... Let's just hurry through, and we should be able to go to Western Village, the yeah. We can still get the slime pet, we'll just have to grab duels on another run. To be honest, I probably will not play much duels on the save file until we go to level him up. I just don't he's a really good standalone character, I feel. Like, there's characters like these two that want to be paired with like-minded characters. And then there's characters that just stand alone really well. Like, another really good example is Gustav. Gustav's such a powerful, supportive character with the songs that you can kind of just throw him in any team comp and it'll probably work. But it just kind of depends. Like this is an example, right? We Shadow Mend, but they also get Darkness. And it's a powerful heal for what it does. It's just the downside is that you apply statuses to yourself. But it's nice. Because Malika's healing otherwise just works off Dark application, which can be especially dangerous if you run into an enemy that's immune to Dark, which will happen. Alright. Part of the reason I didn't buy anything too is I believe we need gold for this. Alright, we'll just buy both items. What is this? I don't remember what some of these items are for. Yeah, we can't take that. Let's see what this is. It is absolutely what I thought it was. Okay. But it's a slime one. Or a poison one, sorry. I didn't know that was a thing. That's interesting. I hadn't run into this, actually, on the main save file. I thought it was all blood slime, because everyone I'd run into was blood slime. There's probably a few of these, then. Because on the, I think it's the second to last floor, you can get an event that gives you chromatic slimes. And there's a bunch of different types. I wonder if it's... I can't even remember which ones those were because I don't go for it very often. I wonder if they just tried to make it so that you can get more of them. Like, get them more spread out. Because it felt really bad to get them on the second to last floor, because there's only like 3 fights on the last floor regardless. So, like, you didn't want to not have a pet until then, and it didn't feel good to take it over some of the other pets. Because so many of the pets are just very hyper-specific. Like, they're good for A comp, they're good for B comp, you know? Anyway. What have we got? Alright, we do some Wrens. Nice thing is we did give Magnus more aggressive cards here. It just helps with the clear speed. These short runs, like, I think one of the most notorious ones for this is the Forge runs. When you're unlocking the Forge things, you basically have to build a deck with, like, high-cost cards, really low-cost cards, run to the Forge in the second plane, and then just try and forge the new items. It sounds dumb, but unless you get really lucky, it's, like, the best way to do it. Alright, we just have to go to Slimes on the bridge here, yeah. Forgot that encounter started a fight. Honestly. That's awkward. I think that's one of the ones... Well, if you do a roll on that event, it lets you potentially go upwards and get something else. One thing I've always found weird was that Shadow Imbuement. I guess is when you play a card. I was going to say, her spells interact with her, I think, a little bit differently. I really like the aesthetic, though, of the dual classes. I hope they do more. The thing was, they released the 2 dual characters, the Paladin and then, you know, the Dark Paladin. And then the next character, the only other character, I should say, that they've released for this game is the Queen, who is entirely different. You know, she is a pure mage. But you can even see without the preparation, we're taking more damage because we don't have optimized cards for all our characters. Like, it does make a difference. And to be fair, we didn't upgrade any cards. We haven't bought any equipment. Like, really, it's just that quick speed run. Wait. Yeah, I was going to say, we have another fight. This is good. That's good. We'll take a meditate. Alright, one more. I could have done the Obelisk challenge here, actually, to get some more currency to be retained. Because you end up with a bunch of really small, not super helpful chests when you do this strategy. Yeah, this should be the last fight we do. I was gonna do, like, the thing is we would have had to go on 1 or 2 more fights in to this cave, just defeat the Spider Queen to unlock duels. But I forgot, because we got sidetracked by the sheep event, that the sheep event requires us to go middle path in Synethia, and we have to go top path otherwise, which is awkward. But either way, we get to do more runs, which is nice. Because seriously, if you could do, even with a fast comp, it takes like an hour to beat every single fight, especially towards the end. The Archon Near fight and the handshake fight add so much time onto a run. That I know for some people, right, like they don't like the idea of not finishing runs. In Hades in particular, people I've noticed in that community do not like doing that. And it does affect your win rate, but it's the quote-unquote efficient thing to do. But Hades is also a bit weird too, and I've wondered if they'll keep this going forward into Hades 2, where if you just completely like try and you can't really mulligan runs because you get the same blessings or something like that. There's some really strange interaction that doesn't make much sense to me. Oh, a scarab. Don't worry, our sheep's got it. Yeah, you can see just the damage. Like, Magnus's bleed is helpful, especially with the lower HP pools early on. It's just that I don't think it's normally... I should have played Curse of Torment. I don't think it's usually super worth it. If you're just trying to speed through, you know, just let your carries do all the damage. Let him just quickly protect people. Because we're taking chip damage. Because, again, we didn't prepare. No. That would be nice. And yeah, we literally just throw the bait. We grab the pet. I mean... She was the only one that didn't have one. And then we walk up here. We don't need to level up. Because we're just going to hit him with the white flag. We still got a good amount of currency from that, what? It's probably because we didn't spend like any. But still. Alright. So, what I want to do now, since we just haven't been doing other characters a whole lot, is let's try some characters we haven't played much on stream. I think we've used Yager. Well, yeah, if they have any ranks, we've used them. Let's do a Nesglect run. As far as characters that work well with Nesglect... Gustav, actually. But we don't have Gustav. Let's just try... This isn't going to be a very cohesive team. But... You know... Yeah, this isn't going to be a very cohesive team because they don't synergize well. Because we got max HP stacking for damage. We can actually switch these two positions. We have half healer, half defender. Lightning. And Nesglect wants insanity charges. Anyway, let's grab a couple of these. Yeah, he really wants to stack these two. Yeah, you can do some fun stuff with Gustav and Nesglect. Very powerful backline duo for sure. So what do we have? Extra charges. Reduces max HP. That's interesting. Mind resistance. So the big thing with Nesglect, I'll show it here in a sec, is the way he heals. Kind of makes him want to just go for stacking. Where is it? Is it just... Where does it say? It should just show on the... Oh, here it is. Yeah, at the end of your turn, apply 1 Insane to all monsters and heal all heroes for 20% of the Insane charges and 10% of the Sight charges. So as you'd imagine, you get to a point where no matter what, you heal to full every single fight. We already have these. You can run Energize. I just can't remember if there's Energize perks in the tree. I don't think there are. We can just grab some speed and stats on Wilbur here. It's such a weird looking skin. Yager, as you can probably tell, we just stack that max HP and bleed. And we're going to do that. Part of the reason we're bringing Yager is so that we can unlock the wolf. I don't know how far we'll go with this, actually. Funnily enough, with Leia... I guess we could do that. We could go for... I usually use her for blocking more than you maybe should. Yeah, we'll just grab that. For Leia or Novelia, the cubes we were talking about, you have to have that specific person with you. So you can only unlock, where are they? This QB with Novelia, this QB with Leia. But, what can we unlock? Sorry, let me take another look. We're definitely getting the wolf. The top path allows us to go for duels. Where do you get Gustav? I know we're talking about doing a lot of pets, but if we can do both, it's nice. Alright, you have to go Aquafar in Act 2, and Feyborg in 3. You go to Gustav in 2. And you go to the mansion in 3. Okay. So the plan here is to go Wolf. Duels unlock. Wait, no, we can't get duels and Gustav, because Gustav's in the middle of the map and duels is at the... Crud, how does this keep happening to us? That's what I was talking about you needing multiple runs. Let's take a cheap chest. And we'll just pick up some pets. Palisade. Yager we're going to give the wolf to. Grab Rifty. I mean, realistically, Oculy's good for Nesglect. Where do you get Oculi? You go Marsh. Uncommon at Aqueduct. Okay, I'll keep that in mind in case we get it. And then, I mean, we can just, yeah, sure, take something. Yeah, they're interesting characters. I think you almost always want to have Dispels no matter who the healer is. Nesglect has a lot of, like, scrying cards to sort through decks. And honestly, they are really good, but I also just can't be bothered a lot of the time. Like, as you can probably tell if you watch me play this game, I don't play this game optimally, I play this game lazily. And it works, so I keep doing it. But, yeah, we have Sight Insanity here. I'm a big fan of making Wilbur just full electricity. Like, we could grab a couple intellect scrolls, but we have to keep our gems in mind. Yager's just bleed. He's not, like, as aggressive bleed as Gruckly is, because Gruckly wants to go for Fury, which is a good way to die if you don't get Bloodguard, or you have one of the perks. But he's very aggressively bleed. And then Leia, we're just going to use some more AoE block. Kind of the similar purpose that Magnus serves, except I believe she's a little bit slower. But she does have that holy duality as well. Like, she can carry Dispels as your main tank and such, which is nice. As far as cards to remove, I'm not going to give her Inner Fire. Well, we'll keep one. She basically gets powerful, does more damage, because you can have her do full Sanctify Holy build. It's why she works really well with, like, the double healer comp we ran early. With... yeah, he doesn't need intercepts. With, you know, both Reginald and... I think we'll just keep... Mirror Image isn't necessary. With Reginald, Otis, and now Leia, you can run triple Sanctify Bless and just do a lot of damage. I just don't think the Scries are super important. Where the Scries really come into play is if you have very specific cards you're going to. Kind of same thing as Malika as well. The Curative Therapies will keep one. They're there so that in the early game you can kind of make use of some more direct healing, which can be important. But overall, these are all like individually fun characters. It's just they don't synergize at all. Which isn't a terrible thing. It just, you know, is not exactly the most helpful thing in the world. Because when they synergize well, they do better. Moving cards are due, sure. Alright, so, what do? We know we're going here no matter what. It's just, do we want Gustav or duels? If we're going to start using Nesglect, it should be Gustav. So we're going to have to go through Act 3 on this run, and we'll get the wolf pets. And we'll have to see, because I can't remember which marsh nodes this is, and it's an uncommon node. So we may not be able to use it. What's her speed? She does not have much max HP, I just realized. She has 16 speed. For a note of comparison, Magnus has 20. Like, that's literally the only reason. It makes me feel so... oh, I should have sharpened first. At this point, we'll just save the energy. But as you can kind of see, we won't see it this run, but as he gets to like higher HP, you get stuff like where is it? 1% damage for every 3 HP above 100 you have. And you get things like, I think I've mentioned Butcher Block we've gotten. Butcher Block is disgusting. Because he just continually stacks max HP. But some of these characters I'm not just super familiar with. Because I just don't play them very often. But Nezglek does do a lot of damage as well. But like I was saying, all the healers kind of do. We'll go with a more defensive build on her. I don't know if I want a barrier, though. Don't really want to bleed my own units. Electricity, and no. This. Ugh. I think what we'll do, too, is we'll alternate between doing full runs for XP. Where we still just do, like, one unlock and runs like these last couple and this one. Where we're going to power for an unlock and then just call it. These character-specific bypasses are nice. Like, the goggles aren't crazy good, but having that immediate sight helps his healing. Give resistances. If we can get speed gear, it would be very helpful. I mess with obelisk challenges. I really can't remember how much obelisk challenges, if they do help with, you know, extra gear. But as you can probably already kind of see, Leia isn't the most durable character by any means, but he is able to generally keep your team a little bit safer, which is nice. And you can see too, I keep forgetting to use Warpaint. Like, you can probably clearly tell which characters I haven't played in a long time, because I do stuff like that. But you can see too, like, we talk about how early, you know, Dark Comp was benefiting us. Any comp early kind of steamrolls things. But he gets the meat, and his talents help him with that. You can get Yager to do a lot of damage, while also being safe because of max HP. I don't mind a shield bash. Sharpens are nice, but I'm going to pass on it. Zap. No. Okay. No, sorry, duels. We're going for the frog. But what time is it? It's 8:30 for me. You know what? What we'll do is we'll power through to the third act for the Gustav and the... Yeah, just the Gustav unlock, hopefully. And then we'll do a full run with the new team. You know who forgot to use sharpening? It's just kind of upsetting at this point. It's one of those things I know, like, kills people when they watch streams and they don't do stuff optimally, because roguelikes, especially at the higher level, you need to optimize. I can, of course, get away with it because I'm a big, like, achievement hunter, and so I'm just doing quick runs. But, like, when you're playing multiplayer especially, you spend a lot of time in each of the towns because everyone needs to get what they, you know, need to help the progression. Yeah, Inner Fire, I'm just super against putting statuses on my own team, when in reality, those are a lot of the strongest cards because of that. Because there has to be some, you know, give and take. I'll take another one of these. Because if there's no give and take and you're just hurting your own team, it's terrible. So they have to be good about that. I don't think we're going to that node. Yeah, here's where it is. Instead of fighting Yager, right, or having a dialogue for that, he picks up his stuff. So we can give him the cleaver. Very powerful. I give it to Sylvie a lot. Young powerful. You know what? I'll give this to you. More charges. I mean, Sight and Insanity is what you're focusing here. What's her base? She has the... it's fine. But you can see the two characters, are Leia and Novalia, are meant to be big, like, mirrors of each other, right? Alright, Wolf Cub, and this is where it is. And once you have this, you can just buy it at the starting town, which is nice. It's like 1,200 gold. But the ability to give this to a fast character, like Magnus, and slow everyone and give them less resistances, very powerful. I just kept forgetting that this node can appear right here once you've unlocked it, but I don't think until you've actually gone here with Yager, it does show up. Because we haven't seen it. Which is anecdotal, of course, but we haven't seen it. Perseverance, that's interesting. One day I'll remember. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, put meat into your hand, deal X. X equals your HP times 0.1, right? He has a lot of cards like this. So all right now, it's not a whole lot. He keeps stacking max HP. It's why Butcher Block is so good. But we're not even going to talk about it. I'll try to be better about it as we keep moving forward, but it's just going to keep happening. Every time I look at my starting hand, because I like narrow down my deck, right, with the more cards I play. And I'm left there to stare at the card that I should have played. But this is part of the problem with Nezglek's healing too, is when he heals based on those charges, wherever it is, the mental leech, if you aren't careful, you kill the units that have the most charges on them, and then you get less healing. And that's why you do have something like the curative therapy to give you some backup options, but it can be dangerous. And it's something that Nezglek really does make you think about, is who's going to die first out of the enemies. Because whoever is going to die last is who you want to focus. And it can be difficult with characters like Yager or AoE damage. I should have... But it can be difficult because then if the wrong character dies and you take a lot of chip damage, it's difficult. I believe, yeah. And then you discard one card. Wilbur has, like, both of these characters have, like, really weird sifting opportunities. Like, the Twin Scrolls there, I think, is really good for copying, like, energy cards. Like the Scroll of Intelligence. Like, you can do some really cool stuff with Wilbur. I'm not a big... Like, I haven't used him nearly as much as the other characters, even on my first save file, just because I tend to favor certain comps. But there are some really cool things every character in this game can do. Like, I think I've mentioned it before, but a big thing some people do with Sylvie is a sharp comp, and they just blast somebody at the start. It's actually kind of gross. But we'll kind of get to see more of Yager's value once we fight something that's not immune to bleed. We kind of saw it at the start, but between the bleed and the max HP scaling, Yager's powerful. I just never know, because I feel like you don't run Yager as your main tank. Which is just the weirdest thing. We have not seen a single Insanity card, I don't think, for Nezglek. Purification, yep. I usually go for Sausage Factory. Max HP. I'm gonna go Circuit Overload and Night Terror. Sure. I think the Shield of Thorns would be a lot better if there was a better way to get a corrupted version later. But some of those things are just difficult. Hey, look, we can get corrupted goggles. Recite every turn. That's good healing. It might be hard to replace that. Sometimes you do get those early pieces of gear, though, that are hard to, you know, replace. Because while there are better options, especially corrupted cards can be really good. As far as this... That is the green note at the Aqueduct. But we can't go for it. That's unfortunate. Because Oculi is the pet that you kind of want for Nezglek. What we'll probably do is next run we'll try and get it. It might not appear. But, you know, we've unlocked a good couple pets today. Because where was it? At the start we didn't have Betty. We didn't have Champy. We didn't have Wolfie and we didn't have Slimy. Like, we pretty much doubled the number of pets we have. Which is nice. And because I keep forgetting to use it, we're just going to get rid of that. It's going to continue to happen. Unfortunately. Yager doesn't need this. It's nice once we get the upgrade to the town that makes removing at the second town free. But here, we will take the time to upgrade some cards. I think when you have characters like Malika, you see this as well. Where you have the higher tier versions, it's one stack of insane, right? But you can get a couple of the ones that, you know, are, what's it called? Vanish. And then you can kind of invest in more consistent ones otherwise. Like here, we can reduce the cost and get some cheap mental shakes. Where a lot of Nezglek's damage actually comes from is things like Mind Visions that are X damage based on Sight or Insanity. It actually gets pretty disgusting. And let's go full random on our lightning damage. Why not? At least for the zaps. Alright, what else have we got? Dimensional Crystal. You know what? This early on, I know we just got the root and we could have taken money. I'm down for Dimensional Crystal on Wilbur. Alright, so where do we have to go? We have to go to the south here. We did keep some money just because I wasn't sure if you have to pay for the boat. It's going to be real awkward if I needed to do something else to get that boat, but I don't think we do. But already, you know, this is a consequence of us not having a fast... Oh, he doesn't like being pet. Like, I can't mention it enough, though, because genuinely, we took all that chip damage because we didn't have someone fast with block. Our fastest character was still slower. How much energy do you have? 6. We go for a butchering. I mean, look at that damage, right? We just go double butchering. It's gross. And he can consistently get a good weapon because you just have to go to the top of the first map. Shifting, yeah, so we put this in our hand, we grab a good spell, we discard a cheap one. I just get really lazy, is ultimately the issue. When it comes to, like, scrying, because being able to, again, we talk about the RNG in deck builders, being able to determine what's showing up when is very powerful. However, it also takes time and thought that I just don't have inside my empty brain. So, you know, you gotta give or take that sometimes. But yeah, you can see too, like, Champy's so helpful. But I usually don't take the talent we did on her here. But it's weird. There was a time where I was running, like, Novalia and Leia just to level them up. And then I would run them with... do this. Oh yeah, he's just dead. I would run them with, Oh, oops. Part of the reason I didn't finish it off was I was going to Nezglect top everyone off. But I would run them with either Sanctify or Dark Comp. Grab this spell. And just kind of use them as a jack of all trades. Because she does still have... You know what, I'll grab that. She also has the duality perk that we were talking up with Novalia. So here I think you can bet on one side. Yeah, or you can fight both. I don't remember what it's for, but why not? We'll fight them both. You know, what's better for them than a common enemy? What's worse than us than half of them being faster? Oh, jeez. Definitely do this. I don't think we need to worry about Lay on Pause. It's just a solid healing spell. You know, it heals percentage of missing health, which can be a real lifesaver. Because a lot of the healing in this game is more general, I would say. And look at that. You just get all this max HP, you stack some stuff up, and then you go ham. I know that wasn't super impressive, but, like, it stacks up. Because bleed is something that literally, unless they dispel it or transfer it, it does that much damage at the start of the turn. And then it goes down by 1 stack. You know? So it's still going to be there, and it's still going to be doing work. And lightning charges are nice, right? The starting scrolls for Wilbur are the ones I'm the worst about using. Shifting Scroll and Librarian. And Twin Scrolls. And they're very good cards. I just forget to use them because I'm dumb. Yeah, you'll really see Mind Visions take off if we get to late game. Because I want to do a run with Nezglect and Gustav. Because of the ability of Gustav to really help with the Insanity. That's a lot of healing for them. But I'm debating who we're going to run as, like, our tank and then our other DPS. Because honestly, I would have been down to do double scout with duels. And I know a lot of people actually do double scout with Sylvie. But we don't have duels, and I don't remember how to run the sharp comp. But I know it's Sylvie, Gustav, and I believe Nezglect is a really common late game build. Maybe we just run Yager, honestly. We could do like Yager and Heiner. Run double Insanity, Bleed, and... whatchamacallit, double Insanity, Bleed, and... just Big Boy Barricade. I don't know if we have enough points for Heiner is the problem. Because Heiner really only takes off once he has enough points in his skill tree to, what's it called? To have a stacking, because ordinarily the Fortify that lets your block hold to the next turn is like capped at 2, I think. And Heiner there's a trait in the general skill tree that allows you to make it stack infinitely. So unless it's purged, you end up with a Heiner that can stack block pretty much infinitely, and it's hysterical. And then you get like one shield bash or shield throw, and he just kills something instantly. It's one of the one-shot strategies for late game, is you just turtle up and then have Heiner bash him. That or like Gruckly Bleed. I just feel like a lot of those one-shot strategies, the meme one-shots, because they're not necessary, require very specific setups. Because Gruckly Fury stacking doesn't work. I think it can work, but not nearly as well, I should say. Because there is the perk that lets you, like, not take as much bleed damage or extra Fury charges. There's a few ways to do it, but the safest way is to grab Bloodguard. Ooh. Rusty armor. I guess we haven't taken this fight, huh? That's nice. I guess we just take a ring. Actually, he doesn't have a weapon, and that seems pretty good. Spell effects are just, you know... That's the thing, is a lot of healers don't take healing spells, which is weird when you're trying to do, like, the events to, you know, help you out in that department. It's just so strange. Because, on the other hand, a lot of mages, those cards, when you play certain things, are either books or spells. Yeah, we're not going on a 43% check. Alright, hello, Gustav. We'll get you your loot. I do not remember where in Feyborg it is, but we will look for it, I promise. Yeah, we didn't get the Aqueduct event. That stinks. To be fair, because this is a guaranteed event and Aqueduct is not, maybe we should have gone for that. But I do think having Gustav is more important than having Oculi. Because without Gustav, we can't run double Insanity. I just think it's hilarious that so many of the healers become carries with the right setup. Yeah, I don't like Leia as much as I like Novelia, but I am very biased. Just because I like running Dark, which is already not a great comp. Because the only other comp, right, that Novelia can help with is going to be Cold comp, which is also not good. I think at high difficulties, Cold is probably one of the worst things to do. Just because of the returns. In general, I just don't think Cold is viewed as a very good status, to be honest, in this game. Which is weird, because you'd think slowing all the enemies so that you always have precedence on attack would be really good. When in reality, I just don't think it's enough. You know, because every status, you know, like Insane, right, reduces mind resistance. All of them. Cold still reduces cold resistance. But at some point, the speed is just such diminishing returns, whereas, you know, Bleed and such, you'll continue to stack damage. So, interesting stuff. And then we're just going to go aggressive. I should have done that first. The ordering of things in this game is part of what it's nice to have the ability to reload combat. Because the ordering of spells can make a huge difference. Grab this. The charge batteries are fun. It's one of the many reasons my friend group calls this guy Energizer Dwarf. Because you can get to a point where, like, he not only has a ridiculous amount of energy, but he also gives a ridiculous amount of energy. Because there's cards that actually let you transfer energy to other characters, and if he's got a ridiculous amount of energy regen from things like the Charge Spirit, well, you're in luck. You can see, it's a good chunk of healing, but you can also probably just already tell how much it's better when it scales. Because these stacks, and that's what makes enemies that can get rid of charges so dangerous for Nezglect comp, is he already is just a ramping healer and does better the longer a fight goes. That having characters that can reset your progress on that is really bad. Wow, she is not a good main tank. I forgot about that. I was hoping that hit the Scarab. On the plus side, I think we'll have 3 little mini chests. And we'll just run those mini chests to get a really good run. Maybe we'll even do random combats or an extra, not multiplier, but extra difficulty modifier. We'll just do a really cool final run for the night. It would have been good to use Curative Therapy on Leia. Unfortunately, we did not get the Scarab. I tried really hard for it. This was the one that has a ton of evade charges, though, which makes it harder to kill. The ones that just have higher HP, I feel like, are easier. She can get panned. Oh, I guess it is. I guess it is a healing spell, huh? These two literally got the opposite of what they need. That happens a lot. That's a good cleave, though. Honestly, it might even be worth just making Yager a main tank for one of these runs. There's Gruckly. I think you have to give Gruckly a fish. This is where we can get the ruby to forge. I want to say it's an armor piece. All the gems you can sell, or you can forge with the gem. I thought, yeah, it's the ruby cuirass. I mean, this is actually good for Yager, to be honest. Speed -1, but every time you get hit, you get extra max HP. We'll fight for it, why not? Yeah, when you get the purple version of this one, you can fight for Merciless because it actually turns out in that version of the event, they're like wounded. And so instead of just being like, hey, we'll just continue on our way, you can attack them and it gives you Merciless because you're attacking a bunch of defenseless... Oh, I forgot Warpaint. A bunch of defenseless enemies. And it's kind of messed up, if we're being honest. But to be fair, in a lot of games, when they say you're the quote-unquote hero, that's in quotation marks. I forgot he has a Dimensional Crystal. Oops. Yeah, saying you're in the hero, big quotation marks. This thing's immune to lightning. That's awkward. And that is an issue with a lot of things that aren't named Dark, as far as statuses go, and it's why you want some diversity, is when you get, like, the random... Wow, she's gonna die. If you get the random combat modifier, it's kind of dangerous. Because all of them will have a random immunity. We just dispel everything on her. Ooh, that's not good. That's really bad, actually. And this is why you should probably take the chest and invest. Because Leia is... With some investment, I think she would have been fine. But we didn't get enough AoE block, and she's not fast enough. Like, that speed definitely didn't help, though. Why did I barricade? That's one of my bad habits, too. Is using block when you don't have barricade, and all the enemy's turns are over. It just doesn't do anything. Give Nesglek some more. Do books count as spells? I always forget. But this is weird, too, because, like, I guess I could twin spell and just put his own zap in there. To give him some more, like, opportunity cost later. But we are not doing so hot. Right, here we Night Terror this, and then every time it hits, it gives that. We got to use Pandemonium, though, and you can see that's a chunk of healing because of all the stacks. Because seriously, you get to late game and it's just, whoa, it's impressive. Bit of a weird turn for Yager, because Yager just threw a bunch of buffs. That worked out really well. That worked out really well. Unfortunately, Nesglek is slower. If I should have used Lay on Pause. I don't know what I was thinking. If Nesglek was faster, we could just pass the turn, right? And let him heal at the end. And that's why I think Nesglek tends to be a little more susceptible for those teams. Maybe we should take a Curative Therapy back to chip damage. Because Dark Comps just don't give them the chance. We'll take Duality, Big Bad Wolf for sure, Spark, and Mental Leech. I don't remember what it matters. I know we talked about the Ruby. Let's just grab this. I think if you do both, you get another fight. Is the problem. Ooh. That's a big... You know what? We give this to Nes... Oh. No. I was going to say, I love giving slowing but massive armor value cards to my healers. Because then they just never die. That's not who I wanted to give that to. I thought I clicked on Wilbur. Oh, right. I gave Wilbur the Trident. Never mind. That being said, ooh. No, the Cleaver's still probably better. The funny thing is, even without blocking, Yager probably would have been a better tank than Leia. That one, I believe, gives you a skill check if you don't have a pass on it. On the plus side, though, because we're just going to Gustav unlock, we don't have to fight the dragon. This run is genuinely going so much worse than I thought it would. The duality is so nice. It's part of the reason why I'm looking forward to them adding more dual characters. I think we just go aggressive here. I could have sharpened once, but I'm gonna save the energy. But it's why I'm looking forward to see if they add any more dual characters. Like maybe instead of a warrior with backline, maybe they just do double backline. And you get like a super healer, right? I think that'd be so cool. I don't know if they'll ever do it. And I forgot to use these. Yep. The problem with shifting scroll too is if you forget to use it till the end, you reveal 2 spells, you put it in your hand, and then you're forced to discard it. So the idea is to replace a spell that you won't play. But when you play the way I do with spam energy and like discard, you're gonna use it anyways. And you know what, we'll just use... You know what, we'll use that. And we'll save energy. Mesmeric Mirage is such a good card. The problem with the high cost cards is unless you are actively giving energy to your characters, it's just so hard to reliably use it. And that's where scry cards and such become so good, and why I'm kind of dumb for not using them. Because if you can plan ahead and use a big card, right, it's worth maybe not doing something the previous turn. Like, it makes a world of a difference, but already with the scaling, though, and you can get so many good things. I think I've mentioned it, but there's an amulet that we see a lot in the green zone called... the All-Seeing Amulet. It's so good. For the same reason as all the dark gear is good, though, it's just... if you get the ability to stack the status you're playing towards very fast, you're gonna do well. That's just kind of the way it goes. And that's what makes layered difficulty so dangerous in the game too. Oh, he's silenced. Is I believe it actually caps stacks on things at 200 at top difficulty, which you wouldn't think would be an issue, but it is, you know. It's funny because like so many of the comps we've been running, you don't see stack past 200 because dark is hard capped when it bursts. But it is genuinely a problem later on. These both die on the start of their turn. And you know, to be fair, I talk about not caring if the healer's slow. That is the one downside to Nesclick as well. Is because his healing starts at the end of his turn. If you're really trying to make things work, it helps. And finally, we got another card with Insanity. I still don't know if it matters. I guess we don't want lightning-shaped horns, probably, when we're running lightning damage. Ow. Oh boy, it would be really awkward if we died to the Hydras. After actually completing runs, we just start dying to the second floor boss because we're not strong. Do I want the fresh meat? Fresh meat early is probably worth it. Worst comes to worst, too, we can have Magnus give some of his, you know, healing stacks to other people. This head's getting messed up. I think it's the healing head that we saw could actually... you know, give stuff. It's really unfortunate when it bounces to invulnerable. But one head's down, but I think it can regenerate it with the healing head, which is annoying. Because the big, like, shtick the Hydras have is that they... I mean, it's not even worth it to use... We save Nesclick's energy. Because this thing's dead, so it won't get much healing. But, just interesting. Lay on pause... He's last, so I mean, none of this matters, right? And that's something I keep forgetting because we can save the energy. Oh boy. Nesglict is going to need to draw some good cards next turn. Alright, good. Oh, double war paint. Oh, the gloves are coming off. He's smacking someone good. That was neat. Yeah, this exact same problem, though, is the problem that Heiner has. However, Heiner can give everyone Fortify and at least continue to scale it up. Whereas that's not really an option with this comp. Okay, we kind of have to play that. The problem is, and this is really greedy, I was going to say, isn't our... Yeah, our Mesmeric Mirage and our Pandemonia are coming up. So let's save it. I don't think anyone will die. But again, that's why I probably should be using Scry cards. We'll use one of these because one of the heads still has to go. If it revives the other head, like, maybe I'm just crazy, but I swear that happened on stream, didn't it? And it's upsetting every time. Because the Hydras are such an obnoxious boss. I actually personally think that of the... prior to Sands of Ulumin, the Sands of Ulumin boss can be really scary. I think that prior to the DLCs, of the 3 main portals that you have, red, green, and blue, the Hydra is the one I'd fight the least. That's also my friend group's consensus, so that's again probably biased as well. But I hate the Hydra so much because it has such a high diversity of what it can do. But also, you know, you can see how much it's affecting us with the taunts. We did get Mesmeric Mirage, good. And we just need enough healing to last to the end of the fight. But it's just the healing head too, so... now we just go ham. Let's make use of our duality too, that's always important. Yeah, kind of similar to Novelia's problem with Dark though is she doesn't apply nearly as much, you know, Sanctify as like Otis does. And that's ultimately the issue. She's good in conjunction with them, but by herself it's just not that valuable. And that's kind of the consequence of either being hyper-specific characters or... oh, I should have... oh wait, you know what? Circuit Overload's such a weird one, because it's one of the one-turn ones, but it's only based on energy used. Like, those are just mistakes that I make because I don't play these characters often enough. Alright, no. That would have been... I swear it's always on the wrong character. I never run curses on other characters, but that is... oh, you know what? It's because he has the weapon that converts damage to lightning. I forgot about that. That actually, it's weird because it messes with stacks sometimes on those characters, but it also really helps out with diversity. Who hasn't taken Gear Yager? I really hate to switch that out. The goggles, however, are really nice, but this is nice. Every turn gaining regen. It's fine. Alright, blue portal. Let's get that loot. Where is it? Because I don't remember. I think you can go through the sewers. But just to make sure we don't miss it, we're going to go this path. We haven't even got this path too. Oh, or we could go trainer. Yeah, as long as we don't go in the sewers. Pet trainer is always nice. What have we got? That's... it happens every time. I swear. I think that is actually worth, because he's heavily bleed invested. Every time you don't go a comp, you see all of the items for that comp, and it's really sad. I swear. It might be worth it to save some gear again for the retention. I mean, I don't want to die, but... and we've cut it close. We can make Pandemonium cheaper. Yeah, we'll call it there. It's just the currency retention that we have here. Curing injuries is cheaper. Good. And that is another consequence. We don't get as many experience points or ranks when we cut these runs short. However, we do get Palisade every turn, huh? Yeah, you know what? Astro Howl is nice. It's the aggressive option. But we don't get as many, like, rank up points, which affects, you know, those other team comps we want to run. And we don't get as many, like, rewards for ending the run. But we get to do another run and not feel like the last few floors were us doing nothing productive. Jeez, the chip damage, man. It just makes me sad. Like, I never realized how bad it was until I stopped running Magnus. I mean, until I ran Magnus over anyone else. But it really does make such a huge difference. The thorns hurt, too. Yeah, look at that. And because he has Bloodstone... oh. Ultimately, though, I do think the best item for Magnus is always going to be Butcher Block for the stacking max HP. But something like Bloodstone is definitely not bad. We'll kind of divide these charges between these two because the squirrel dies. Let's actually do that. But it's not bad at all. And it really would be so much better if we'd managed to pull an early... the All-Seeing Amulet, which I think you can get on, like, the second plane. In fact, if I remember correctly, you get it from fighting the Spider mini-boss, which we aren't going to be able to do for our next couple unlocks, unfortunately. But when you can, you know, it's nice. And then, yeah. These ones that are based on charges, though, are nice because you can just spread them out and kind of use them when you need it. That's not what I wanted Yager to do. It's fine. But it's interesting, too, because we took so much damage on the opening turn for Nesglek to heal it all back up in, like, one turn. Not bad. Prayer protection's good. No. It's so weird seeing these spells say that they're going to do lightning damage. Because I forgot the UI actually... Ooh. Ooh. How many more fights do we realistically have, though? 1, 2... If this was a full run we were doing, I'd totally do that. Pandemonium Corrupted is so good. Because AoE, like... You see the same thing with Malaka and Dark. AoE application of the healing you use is just ridiculous. It's so dirty. But honestly, with this particular comp, where our damage has been coming from, because same as Reginald, you know, a lot of that damage comes from the scaling. Our early damage is coming from Yager Bleed and then Lightning. Ooh, there's the Corrupted Cleave. We might actually go ahead and use Yager next run too, just because if you buy the wolf in the starting town, you guarantee that you get Corrupted Wolf, this Astral Wolf, without a pet trainer. Well, not guarantee, I guess, but it's much more likely, I think, that that event shows up. And if it does, you know, you pay 1,200 gold, get the free corruption. Because the way it works with corrupted pets is if you get them multiple times, right, it corrupts them. Same with every card. I don't know why I'm saying this, but very helpful. But that's the nice thing about lightning damage. It's another really strong crowd control ability. Weird. Ooh. Alright, we say no to Zeg. Oh, we didn't even have the key or anything. Hey, look, it's our old friend. If Yager decides to put a bunch of bleed on this thing and it transfers, it's gonna feel real bad. I will say the one nice thing about running, like Yager and Heiner, is even if you take that early chip damage, you have such high HP pools at the start that it doesn't really matter. Because that's a big problem we're running into. Is Leia, even with the items and the levels we've gotten, still has significantly less HP than Yager. We've had really good starting hands, to be fair, with Wilbur. Because of our Dimensional Crystal here, we've been able to lead... I forgot to use Twin Scrolls. We've been able to lead with the 3-cost Lightning Blast and just blast them a bunch at the start. Like, this thing's dead next turn between Bleed and Spark Charges. I am like 90% certain this thing's going to transfer curses next turn, so we shackle it so that it doesn't get to go. Hopefully, you know. The other 3 are faster, but, you know. That's a problem. We'll cross that hill when we get there. Yeah, that one's dead. Yeah, it's transferring curses, so if it doesn't die here, we're in not a good spot. Luckily, it should only take like 1 hit. Yeah, it's such a good pet. Alright, what have we got? 4 energy, then we'll sharpen and blood sausage, then butchering. Well, that thing's super dead at least. Here, that'll do it, yep. I just love card spam. Something about clicking all the buttons makes me very happy. Night Terror. And everyone's full health? Actually, Leia can just pass. Very nice. We take that. That's less nice. That's at least a bleed card. That's less nice. Well, I don't think we need another Max Dispel. I do think I tend to go very overkill on the spells, and while they are nice, I think we look here. Oh, we just got gold. Okay. This is Binks. Okay. Apparently he owed Yager money. Those character-specific dialogues are usually positive. Sometimes they are not. Sometimes they mess you over. Like, it just depends, right? Because one good example is the Rat King. You can trade max HP and I believe it's jewelry to corrupt your weapon, which can be really good, but if you're using Dark Comp, you just want to fight him. But, like, regardless of what you want to do, if you pick Zek-specific option, Zek picks a fight. I think there's a couple other options like that, but most of them are just genuinely like, hey, this is nice. But we got another... The Dimensional Crystal is just a discount Mirror of Cassandra for spells. Not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely nice to have the one that procs every turn on any card, as opposed to, you know, more specific stuff that's not as helpful. Yeah, we've got a really strong opening turn, and having a strong opening turn does matter a lot in this game. That was less impressive than I thought it would be when I picked it up. Alright, yeah, they're all dead. Oh, Scarab! Oh, it's 7 Evade Scarab. Every time. This stupid 7 Evade Scarab, I swear, is the hardest one to kill. Unless you have, like, multi-hit. But even then, like, Yager's multi-hit is usually random. But the pets help. There's other things that can help, too. Like... Yeah, and the big problem with the evade ones is it doesn't apply your statuses. Although, oh, I forgot about that. It's the, what just happened is Rift Claw purges a boon, and so it purged the remaining 3 charges of that. Hey, we got it. I didn't even think about that, but this pet is really nice. Because at top difficulty, it steals boons as well. It's not purge, it's, I can't remember what it's called, but it steals it. Crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. Alright, but anyway, here we go here. We go left wing, you take the thing for Gustav, we get honorable. We pass this, and we unlock Gustav. Good old frog. And then we end the run, because... unlocks. But, yeah, it's 9-10. We're gonna do one more, and we'll shoot for a full run. I don't know if we'll win, because these are characters that we haven't used as much, and that I haven't used in a while. But I'm thinking we go Heiner, Yager, Nesglect, and Gustav. Should be interesting, and we'll have 2 good chests to get, so hopefully we can make it to the end. What do we want here? He's got these capped out, so we probably just take stats. The extra energy I'm just a sucker for, but we don't have enough unless we do this. That's fine. But you have to consider too, right? Like, the ranks give you extra starting items. They give you... The skins and card backs obviously don't matter, but the starting item and cards being upgraded does make a pretty big difference. But I really like that they let you have the same perks across everyone. It's very helpful. I think we'll go for an Insanity and Song build on Gustav as well, though. Increases all damage instead of mind damage. Is 1 Inspire. That's also not bad. This hero can't gain stands at 3. I think that's a specific build. Let's take this. Because ordinarily, I don't know. I think some Gustav builds, like I was saying, are sharp-based. But... because we're running Gustav specifically to be paired with Nesglect here, I think this is what we're going to try. Alright, then Yager, we just keep going for the max HP probably, and the bleed stacks. We don't have enough for that, we'll grab this. And then we have good old Heiner. This is only going to work if we have enough for this. Yeah, we do. Yeah, Fortify on this character. Where is it? Wait, which one is it? Fortify on this hero can stack and it, yeah, maximum charges of 50. It's so stupid. It's the biggest meme you've ever seen, but it's so funny. And we'll give him some speed. We're going to take chip damage. That's just kind of an inevitability. As far as what unlocks we go for, we've talked about pets. What other pets are there? Well, if we go green, we can at least take a peek if Oculi is there, which is nice. We can't grab these unless we have one of the paladins. We are going to go top for Yager's Cleaver. Let's see if we can maybe get the Sack of Grain. Otherwise, I'll take another look once we figure that out. And you know what? Let's even take random combats. The way this works is every non-event combat, right, is random. It can be monsters from any of the areas that are possible, and you get a champion with random immunity. Luckily, what we have is, where that can be dangerous is if they're immune to Insane or Sight. it's really scary for Neglect. And because we're kind of investing in Insane between these two, it could be bad. However, I'm willing to give it a try. Because it gives us more resources. We keep getting Morning at the Lake, man. Farmer's Caravan, so we should be able to buy the grain. So what we do is we go Green Zone to try and get Oculi, and then we go Red Zone for the grain. But in preparation for this, we invested more. I did not see... I don't think you can visit the map once you're out here. I didn't see if we got the opportunity for the wolf. But we'll still go ahead and give it to Yager. How fast is Gustav? 18. Okay, so ordinarily, right, you'd give block to your Heiner, but Heiner's not going to be that fast. We'll give Tantrum to Neglect for now because it's still insane damage. And I'm just going to give Heiner the bunny because Heiner's just so slow. It's such a problem, man. Maybe this. This. We'll reroll once or twice and see what we can find. Brigand Armor is a good pickup. I don't want to waste too much money because we can just get higher rarity items later on if we save. But Heiner, the big important cards are... We take Intercepts for sure. We take these. We want the Fortify stacking because it's infinite. Anything that stacks Fortify is important. We take a couple shield charges. Later on, you can get these ones that like purge your block and they do more, which is nice. But he essentially serves the same purpose that the other block, you know, the characters we've been using really heavily for block do. The issue is, again, it's speed versus lasting block. And, you know, it's up to people whether they think it's better, but it's iffy. We'll take the bleeding, though. Anything with bleed we'll take early. I could go for more aggressive sharpening. I'm not going to, though. I really like the random rampages for a bunch of bleed. Impales are good. And we have a bunch of crystals here because we took double decent chest, which is always nice. Now, as for Gustav here, we go really heavily on the mine songs for sure. We'll probably take some supportive songs. The problem is the stanza. So some of these require higher levels of stanza, which is basically just you play a spell, you get a stanza, right? Pretty simple. But it puts you in an awkward situation where if you draw the wrong songs at the wrong time, you can't use them, which is annoying. But you can see how many of these spells are insanity-based. So you can probably tell how much of a problem it's going to be if that random immunity is that. But we will cross that bridge when we get there. That's generally what I end up doing, and I just hope I don't die. Hallucination's not bad. Ooh, I love Deja Vu. It's better for a faster cycling deck. We'll take some annoying whistles too. Okay. As for removal cards, Shiv's free cards are nice, but when we're going for the build we just want songs. Yep, entirely songs here. Yager, again, does not need the intercepts. We'll keep the sharpens and just try to remember to use them. And basically, Heiner, I just take out anything that's not a shield, like a block count damage card, and he builds a wall. That is literally Heiner's existence. You build a wall and then you smack someone in the face with it. Some people say the best offense is a good defense. Heiner disagrees. Or the opposite. Wow, I'm having a stroke apparently. The best defense is a good offense, but Heiner disagrees is what I meant to say. Make Pandemonium cheaper. I have no idea what Gustav cards are high priority. We do want Rampages to actually apply bleed, though. And this is, again, an invested run. We're going all the way if we can. Can you get... No. But Fortify is the important thing. It's not just block. It's making sure that Heiner doesn't even really care about protecting everyone else, if we're being honest. Heiner cares specifically about building his own wall, making sure he never dies, so that if by some chance the rest of his team expires, he just still gets to hit him. Like, Heiner just does not care. We didn't get too many upgrades here, because we used more crystals than we did. Again, we could pay, like, divinations, right? To get some crystals and upgrade some more, but that's fine. So what do we want to do? Again, we're going grain. I've already forgotten. We're going swamp red. Swamp Red and we're getting the grain. Perfect. I don't remember what this caravan even does. I believe it's a map teleport, though. But you can see there's already random. Like, this farmer event usually didn't have the boar here. And we have an enemy that is immune to lightning. Not an issue for us now, but again, something to keep in mind. It's actually the biggest downfall, even just early on, for Dark comp, is you get an immunity to Dark, and you just sit there and go, all of my damage is invested in Dark. What do I do now? But you can see that 91 block, his entire tree, right, was more block. Block is not removed at the end of the turn for 4 rounds. And the nice thing is he does give it to the others as well at the start. So AoE block isn't lost on him. But yeah, you do not run... You run a Heiner to be that guy that says, I'm going to tank, don't worry. And then you just... Your definition of tanking is, I don't die. Therefore, I did tank something. Another guard, nice. No bleed, no song, no insanity. And because we're so down on upgrades, we can be really picky with what we grab and then just upgrade what we do have. I love the Deja Vu, though. It's so fun. Because the way it works is, whenever you play it, you shuffle another one in your deck, and then it does a certain amount of insane and mind damage based on your Vanish pile. So it actually benefits to take some of like the Mind Blast upgrades, I think it was, that expire, and then you just cycle Deja Vu really fast. We'll just attack the imp. Who cares? It's an imp. What's it gonna do? Like, this is an example of a scripted event, though. It's not changed because it's scripted. Wow, Gustav is so strong. I forgot about that. Like, we didn't upgrade any of Gustav's cards. That's just the base values on the songs. We can double butcher here. Can you imagine if your corn could bleed? Imagine you're just waking up one day, you're going to get your lunch, and your corn just starts bleeding. You can see, that's not bad. 40 damage, right? Just because he has 81 block. It's not bad. I don't like taking aggressive cards on Heiner that don't scale up block, because he's literally just going to build the wall. 79% chance, Heiner. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Yes! You'd think that getting a 79% chance to roll would not be something that I'd be really hoping doesn't mess me over. But you know, that's about where we sit. It's kind of funny to me that we still haven't unlocked duels, because one of the first things we tried to do on the save file was unlock duels. It just didn't happen, and I never went back and did it. Just a silly thing. And I'm hoping we find Butcher Block, though. That would be so sick. Like, I'd love to show the, like, you can get to, like, 300, 400 max health on Heiner pretty easy. Not Heiner. Yager pretty easily late on. And you just sit there. And even if he does get hit, it doesn't matter. And then he does that perk we saw where he gets just a ton of damage because of his max HP. It's so gross. But as always, Nezglek doesn't want to finish enemies off. He just wants to do a bit of damage and let everyone heal. Even though everyone was full. You know, it's still nice. We take an intercept. No. No. Of course, you know, later on with like Yager's Cleaver, just hitting them. I'm sorry, dude. Does still apply the bleed, but still. Alright, we've got the sack of grain. We go to the very top of Velkorath for that one. Does it? I don't think it matters if we take this and we don't go to meet his teacher. I mean, there is like a dishonorable quest, right? But damaged memory. I don't know what happens, actually, if you have Yager here, but you don't have him pick up his stuff. We don't want to risk not getting the Cleaver, though. Oh, interesting. Shovel Howl Corrupted. I guess we could give that to Nezglek until we give Nezglek some more, like a better item. Same thing with Gustav here. It doesn't hurt to have something. You could argue the Crystal Ball would have been good too, but it's okay. There's just better things for that. We did get it. I didn't see that. So we just immediately have Corrupted Wolf Cub. And then if we get Pet Trainer again, I think there's a Pet Trainer in other nodes. You know, we can work off that as well. Super cool stuff. And again, we're so strong at the start just because we saved up 2 chests for this run. And that's part of the nice thing about what we did with, you know, going for some early, like, quick runs, is even if it wasn't as big of a chest, we were still able to get some decent chests and run them for that. Yeah, it just looks cool. I think this is the coolest looking corrupted pet. Deja vu. I didn't know Spectral Missiles ignored block. It's just one of those things where unless you're trying to really slim down your deck size for some reason, you just take any card that actually works in the niche you're using, because so much of the time you get cards that just don't. Right, I'm trying to think what does these probably still do more damage because they're upgraded. How dare you not bleed, tree. But yeah, you literally just build the wall. And this is a lot early on. I cannot even begin to express the stupidity of what you end up with later on. Because there are cards that, you know, double block and stuff, and those are made for Heiner. Like, we keep seeing, like, I think it's called Reinforced Steel. Not bad. These cards are going to be high impact, I think, once they're upgraded. If Gustav's doing that much damage now, and you have to consider, too, Gustav has a lot of utility as well. You've seen some of those songs that, I think we used them in a weekly challenge as well. Give you extra speed, they give you extra ability, you know. A shield breaker's not terrible, I just usually don't go for it. We're not getting songs. We'll take another Spectral Missile. Again, I don't want to put too many cards in Nesgleck's deck if we're going to go for Deja Vu. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Heavy Metal or... We can go for the aggressive, basically, song. Or we can go for the next 4, gives us healing. We go aggressive here. If we die, we die. This one mind damage, sure. Again, the problem is none of these spells count as healing spells. You know, we can go with Thorns. I kind of wish I hadn't given the Brigand armor in hindsight, but... You play a defense, gain 6 armor. You know what, we'll just keep it. We'll be greedy with money. Alright, so, Swamp. If the node for the pet isn't... Oh, it's not there. That stinks. I was about to say, if the node for the pet isn't there, the Nesgleck pet, the Oculi that we saw, we'd just go for this. I was hoping that would be the case, that it was there, because it would make me feel less bad about skipping it last time, but that's just kind of RNG. We can get Heiner a... Yeah, extra speed. We're not really... Well... They should count as spells, right? Mind Spell, yep. Okay. Emerald Staff's not bad. It's weird to me that you can get the Emerald Staff in these shops, though. Oh, we could have also had Corrupted that. What does Corrupted Noble Shield do? 10 armor? Not bad. Reroll once. Ah. Oh. See, we never see that early on with Zek, I swear. The game knows. Alright, then the big thing to do here is just take some upgrades. And this is part of why we maybe want to start passing on cards eventually. We'll do one that isn't that. It's just because it becomes very helpful, but we're taking the upgrades on this that make them... We'll keep a couple in the cycle, but I really want to try this, this Deja Vu build. You know what I just realized too? We don't have any Dispels. And those are very important. As much as, again, it adds more cards to the cycle, which would make Deja Vu take longer. Wherever it is. Oh, here it is. You know, as much as that would make it take longer, it's still important to have those, because you can just die if you don't. Eternal Lullaby. So, like, this upgrade makes it take more stanza. Maybe we upgrade the Annoying Whistles. We'll go like half and half here. Yeah, Gustav is such a good character. It's just a bit of a weird one to play, because sometimes you just draw those song spells and you can't use them, and it feels terrible. Yeah, I'm really disappointed that event isn't there. We'll just pay for the boat. You can do a roll to try and get the boats for cheaper, But every time ever I've done that, I've failed. It's immune to poison. Yeah, okay. See, like, this is an example. This is a powerful spell that we could have opened with, but it requires Stanza too. And the way Stanza works is basically at the end of the turn, you get the next one. And I believe later on he gets a perk, because I think it cycles through the 3. Yeah, that makes Stanza 3 not remove, so you just sit at Stanza 3. So you just wait till, you know, 2 turns in. It's not so bad. It's obnoxious, but it's really not that bad. But these random elites are scary. Like, they really are. We'll go double AoE here. Ooh, Pandemonium. The solid opener. To be fair, I think Deja Vu's just worse than the other cards if you don't... It's good in a long fight, like the last one, right? When you get the Vanish cards out and all that stuff and you fast cycle. In shorter fights like this, I do think it's less of an effect, which makes sense. Get him, Gustav. Ooh, he random the right one. What a champ. To be honest, I usually don't even put this many shield charges in. I put like 1 in. And it's literally just wall until you draw it. And then he goes for the big bash. Ooh. This isn't the right version, granted. But one of the strategies my friend likes to do is you can get this to become innate. And it's based on, like, your draw pile. So he just gets, like, 1 billion cards, and he just immediately starts with, like, 300 block. I'm not going to do that. Because you kind of have to build for that, but still, it is funny. Oh, wait. Oh, I had 2 free options for that. Sick. What's this? Oh, I think we dive for the egg? I don't remember how you hatch this egg. It's okay, we failed an 89% chance. Game! Come on! It's how you get the mosquito pet. I believe the mosquito pet just eats your bleed and heals you. Yeah, so if X equals your bleed, dispel it. I hate this game sometimes. At least, you know, now that I'm streaming, it's not been the 90+% chance, but now I've got it documented, I swear, in the VODs that this game hates me. 89% chance, and we rolled 2 under. This makes me so mad. I'm not like tilt angry mad, it's just like, why? It's just like some cosmic entity in this world decided you can't have good rolls. And it's like a D&D style game where it's really important. Guess we'll get rid of this. But it's weird seeing, right, these types of enemies in the swamp. I think it affects the later floors less well because it is just the pool of things that could be there. Right, so you have those pool of stages that could appear 2nd through 4th. All 4 of the different portals, sorry. And so you kind of have that pool to draw from. I should have sharpened. I always forget about that, but it's very helpful. Heiner has taken that chip damage. This is what I'm talking about, though, about him being so slow. We put this on this, we do this. We'll dispel that. And this is where Mental Leech is nice, right? You put it on an enemy, every time it's hit, it gets more of the leech. We don't need to hit the... That is one downside about the Shield Bash, is it only hits front enemy. And that's why some people do... There's like a shield throw, I think it is, that can become prismatic. And it purges your block. So you get rid of your wall. But if you one-shot something with that thrown shield, you know, does it really matter? Power Slave. I think we're gonna have to do lethal damage on this thing. So it doesn't hit us again, because they're all faster. But the idea here is, again, to let Nezglek get some healing off. Okay. Yeah, you just don't hit anyone, buddy. Oops. That is the one problem with pets. Fine. Still a little bit, not much. But that is the main problem. Like, just Heiner's too slow to apply block fast enough, so you'll take the chip. And then if the fight's fast enough, Nezglek doesn't stack enough to give you the block. Oh, you want to teach me Malediction? That's nice. It applies Sight. Ooh, is that a Corrupted Mind spell? When you play a Mind spell? You know what? Hear me out. We give it to Gustav. I don't think these songs count. They don't count as Mind spells, they count as songs. But we have the Emerald Staff. It's good on Nesglect. It reduces cost so he can apply more. Let's give more application here. Let's also give the Strong Mojo to... Yeah, every turn it'll give him Powerful, which doesn't matter, but the regen and some Dispel. We do not want to go down the Rift because we don't want to go down here. I don't know what's in this sales booth, and I don't remember what's in the Fisherman's Hut, but we have to go to the shop if we're going to fill that quest and get the boon. But yeah, this comp isn't as fast, but it's manageable, right? And that's why early on I wanted Sanctify and Dark. Is there comps that essentially just cheese the game, to be honest. And they just allow you to get away with punching above your weight, basically, earlier on. When in reality, a lot of the time, you know, you can do just random comps like this and it works. Especially since you get that diversity in cards. So it doesn't matter if there's immunity. We have a couple options here. I could double Sharpen and then go for this, or I could just go for the Bleed application. The problem with this Yager build that I do a lot is that a lot of his attacks to apply Bleed are random. So they really hurt. But sometimes, say, if he attacked the Evoker here a bunch of times, it's just a waste. Which is a real dang shame. At least the Sheep actually applies something. I do think Oculi is better. The pet we missed out on this run. But it doesn't hurt. Not much to dispel, but it's a decent amount. Like, I'm really hoping we get the All-Seeing Amulet without, you know, unfortunately being able to go for the Spider Queen. I'm pretty sure that's the encounter it's guaranteed on. Just because, you know, that extra application is nuts. But that's where Gustav comes in. Again, those synergies let you specialize. It just leaves you more vulnerable to enemies by resist to it. You can see, like, his block, it's really just them tearing through the block because 5 turns, you know, his block isn't disappearing anytime soon. Do some butchering. Good. Nesglek should be able to just finish this thing. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's awkward. We do this. Deja Vu. That spider's really fast. Wow. Those summoners always catch me off guard because I'm just never sure what turn they'll do it. Oh, I forgot our Heat Laser. Maybe make Heiner taunt with it. Steel Forge is nice. Every time you block, everyone gets blocked. No, no, no. You know what? The Shackle is really good. And it's another Vanish card. Alright, 74% chance. Surely not, right? Oh, thank you. Ooh. Whenever you play a skill, the problem is the one with the most skills, I believe, are actually Yager. Because, like, Heiner's count as defenses, songs, and mind spells. Damage with hit, though. So he just has extra charges. There's the application of sight. I really do just like the Emerald Staff, to be honest, more. It's good. This would be nice. But I'm gonna keep the Emerald Staff. I don't remember where you get the actual Emerald. But, you know. I am also trying to remember what weapons you can go for Heiner that help with block. I'm just gonna save the cash. Maybe we get a cool Prismatic later on. Panacea or Poison Flask. I think we have to... I don't want either of these things, to be honest. I guess we'll take this. Alright, reduce defense cost. HP Big Bad Wolf. Song Spells. And Mental Leech. Oh, I thought we got a boon for actually seeing his master. Maybe... Huh. Nice thing is here... Oh, they can both do things. So that we won't fall down. Level 3. You know what? We'll do it. They're gonna apply a bunch of burn. Ooh, we got... Yeah, see? That's what's scary. I should have played heavy metal first. Oops. I just get, like... I could restart the thing, but it's just not worth it. Play Song Spell. Hear me out. We play the Song Spells not because they're good, but because it activates heavy metal. Like, that did a lot of damage. It was wasted energy, and it was wasted healing, but still. Here's where Heiner goes for this, and he goes boom, boom. And that's with only 64 block. That's nuts. The problem is the laser makes him taunt. So he can lose a lot more block than you maybe would like. But again, that's small potatoes in the long run for what Heiner offers. We sharpen Butcher. Yeah, I'm a little paranoid about this one, but it's not transferring curses this turn. This is literally one of my least favorite enemies you can get in the second and third floor. I hate it so much. Clairvoyance, and then... Because it's just so obnoxious. Like, it's not, I would say, even the most dangerous thing. Because what it does that's scary is stealing boons. But it's still very obnoxious. Or transferring curses. Luckily, the only big damage curse we're inflicting is Bleed. Like, it could send over the, like, Mind Resistance down, right? But only so many enemies take use of it. Take the Speed. I guess they were still going first. Speed is such a weird thing. Again, that goes back to the whole Frost discussion we were having. Where it's just the issue is ultimately that Speed is diminishing returns. And so the only other benefit to Frost is what every other stack does, which is to give you resistance to that type. So it's just a bit iffy. But they're both dead. Everyone's full HP. We'll do that just in case, but we're feeling pretty good. I don't... Oh, and we saved the energy for the Scarab. Nice. I don't even think that I could get enough... random, the wrong one. I don't even think that I could give enough speed to Heiner, though, that he'd reliably go first. Like, we saw it, right? His base speed, even with the extra upgrades we got, was like 6 lower than Magnus, which is just sad. It is a big, clunky robot, I recognize that, but it'd still be nice. No, no. We are not seeing many songs here. Do I want another Pandemonium? I really want to do Deja Vu cycling, so we're going to hold off. I might be shooting myself in the foot with that because it's not the best thing in the world. Oh, we can get Corrupted Gauntlets. This is the shop we got for taking that modifier. Nothing else here, though, unfortunately. Still nice to have a corrupted item. Let's try the lightning-shaped one. Why not? Surely that won't backfire. It's just the order of the heads, I believe, with those options there. I just don't know, you know, what each option does. And so I usually just do the first option because I don't think it matters a whole lot. Yeah, we'll see the same issue we saw last time with Nezglect, where unfortunately the taunt and the invulnerability makes it hard to stack up Nezglect's charges properly. And here's Heiner just being Heiner. Like, nobody else gets blocked, he's not Magnus, okay? What we got? Yeah. Either way, it's probably almost going to kill this Hydra. We gotta hope that Nezglect gets an AoE sight spell. That'd be ideal because of the taunt. Otherwise, I might just save the energy. You know, I'm just gonna save the energy. We don't need the healing on those charges, and it's just gonna be redundant damage on this head. Unless it healed enough that it didn't die, but I was pretty sure that wouldn't happen. Alright, now the front. The nice thing is, too, when more than one are taunting, you know, you have options at least. So we can start working down this head. And that's where Gustav is going to help out. Those extra resistances still allow Nezglect to heal off of them. Heat Laser. Now we have a taunt. And yeah, we haven't seen double or triple block. That's where it's going to be spicy. I don't use things like Citadel as often, though, when I do this, because it's a little bit less reliable. That he'll have that much energy, I should say. He's not as, like, econ friendly as Magnus was. Although we could get some free defense. I didn't think about that. We just stack up these charges, and it's not gonna die. Throw some Dispels up. And a full heal. And you have to consider, unlike how we've optimized, like, my Dark Comp pathing for all the stuff you can get, like, we don't have, like, any of the good equipment for Nezglect. And by that, I mean the All-Seeing Amulet. Or the dagger we saw, actually. That super rare dagger is very powerful. The one that, like, applies. It was... Which is weird, because you wouldn't think a dagger for, like, a mage. But we've had it a couple times. It's just really RNG based on which ones you see in a given playthrough, unfortunately. Sometimes you get real lucky, and sometimes the game says, no, you can't have it. I kind of want to do Impale here. Because we do Sharpen and Impale. Because Rampage, when it's random in quotation marks, I believe, Bounce can hit non-taunted enemies. I do think random hits the same one, though. I think it forces it. I don't want to do that again, because I don't want to kill this for healing. At the end of the day, I guess it doesn't really matter, though, because we heal to full at the end of each plane, which is actually another modifier this game can give you. The high difficulties just take everything you know and love. Now look at that, 207. That's almost one-shotting ahead. And again, we don't have much extra block count on Heiner either. No. No. Yes. No. We may want some more dispels, though. Thinking about it. Ooh. This is just better. And it can be corrupted. What's Gustav got? Highest cost spell. Every 3 turns. Yeah, I'll give you the Hydra Egg. I'll give it this, give just a ring so that Nesglect has something in that slot that's helpful. Because a lot of these things just won't do it. Like, these weapons don't do anything for Heiner. And no block charges. Alright, cool. Now we go to the red portal and we'll unlock the Harpy. The Harpy is just basically a lightning pet. Oh, we saw it up here. This has to be another slime. That's funny. Oh, wait. You know what? I take it back. I know I said what I said. The reason we're going to go here is because we have the mosquito egg, which we can hatch here for the mosquito pet that we were talking about. I didn't think we got that. Whereas the grain is a much more common event. I think you can get the grain almost every time. The mosquito egg is obnoxious for the same reason as we saw with the Oculi pet. I guess, did I show it? It's the one we are going to go for is this one. Clairvoyance, all monsters get the sight. You know, it's helpful. So let's grab this. As far as the pathing goes, I don't really see. This is one that's immune to dark. Exactly what I was talking about would have been obnoxious. We could actually, you know what? Let's go for Arena Champion. Takes a bit, but it's a good buff. And then we can portal down, go up here. I love the fact that they added the portals, man. Ooh! We'll give that to Gustav. Oh, and we got Butcher Block. Yo! That's so good. That's what I was talking about. I can't believe we got that. We saved the money, though. Do I want a Mass Dispel? We haven't been seeing Dispels. Yeah. Without being upgraded, Mass Dispel does, you know, disappear. The problem is upgrading it is just so expensive. How much does Deja Vu cost? Place 2 Deja... Ooh, okay. We'll upgrade these Dispels. And then, as far as other things we can do, Yager's probably fine with that. More block. More shield charge. And then more Gustav stuff. What do we got? I kind of like the idea of early on going for the ones that require less stanza. But again, the last perk we give to him makes it so the stanza 3 just stays. So it's like the first turn that it's a problem and then never after. Yeah, let's go get our arena champion. We're going to pick a fight with a Minotaur. That's never gone wrong for anyone in the history of ever. Ooh, that's a good starting hand. Power Slave plus Eternal Lullaby. Ooh, and we get the energy back. Oh, what's this immunity? I always forget to check. It's poison. We've seen a lot of poison immunity, actually. Good thing we're not running duels, huh? Boom. Heiner has some good skins, too. They haven't put too many skins in the game. But they're class. They're good. That's one enemy down, thanks to Yager Bleed. We really do need more crystals. I just hate to spend money on crystals, because later on you can potentially buy... You know, the chains don't matter here. We'll just do this. Later on you have the opportunity to potentially just buy a prismatic. And so, being frugal with that can really pay off in the long run. Whereas it does stink to not have upgraded cards, but they're still doing their job. Alright, I thought that mosquito was dead. Dead next turn. Never mind, it got healed. You stinky beaver. Oh, they're hitting Nezglek, jeez. Alright, heavy metal, here we go. Annoying whistle. Crescendo, bounce to the mosquito. Yeah! And then he can be supportive to Nezglek as well. Imagine that. You know how many games where you can be a healer and like some of the other people can be healers but not always? How nice that is. Alright, build the wall, smack. Still not impressive, but we'll get there. We will get there and it will be wonderful. Powerful, spoiled meat, and cleave. Yeah, the only one who needs healing here is Nezglek. Or not Nezglek, sorry, Yager, really. He's missing 8 HP. And the thing here is you have to consider a lot of that HP is overcapped. He really does not like... Funny, because Magnus gets all bashful when you pet him. Yager just gets mad. We're not seeing good cards, but again, it's crystals. Crystals add up. Eviscerate, that's a cool card for, like, duels. Free card upgrade? What's this, though? They get 35 max HP. You know what? Fortune favors the bold. That is scary. That's a massive amount of max HP and such. And they get mine resistance. But it's pretty nice. Let's go for the weaker first in case... Wow, that's a ton of resist. What? Okay, we're going to be really reliant on Yager. I did not realize how bad that was going to be. Oh boy. Yeah, the Sag you have to spend energy and then they just give you mine resist. The thing is most of these enemies don't do mine damage, so it's not a huge issue. It's just annoying. Alright, we could sharpen, we just go for full damage, see who it hits. We're going to be really reliant on Yager Bleed. I think. I didn't realize how hard that mine resist was. You look at the numbers on the card, and the fact that they have the stacks, and it's just like, what? Yeah, I don't like these Fennecs. They're super annoying. The downside, too, to having high speed is now they get 4 turns in a row. Yeah, it's 2 sad into every hero's deck. That could be really bad. Like, say we were later in the game and we took that modifier and we were doing really fast cycle on Nezglek. Sure, he'll have the deja vus, but he'll draw the sads like every turn. Little Palisade coming in clutch. The plus side and the downside is we don't necessarily have to use them, but then they don't disappear, so they appear next cycle, which is scary. Because you never want to hit a turn, like you see this in Slay the Spire with some of the early elites, where you actually just draw no cards you can use. Kind of like this. Luckily, Heiner is pretty energy efficient right now because of the defense cost reduction. Oh, they're going for Gustav now. Yeah, that wolf is so good too, like it just... I'm glad we were able to get that to kind of show it off because it's so nice. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I really only pay attention to the modifiers though if it's something that I want, and then I look at what it is. Well, oh, it's camouflaged. In that case, we'll do this. Look at that healing though. Ooh! That's solid. That's also a lot of damage, and it's stealthed again. It's stupid worm. Look at the meats though, it's the butcher block. The thing with the butcher block too is it can give you spoiled meat, which increases your curse charges. But if it's corrupted, which we might see another copy because of how early we got it, you can get it so that it never gives you a bad one. And there are technically builds, I guess, that work well with increased curse charges, but don't usually use them. We go for that, and we're gonna be sad. You want to not stealth this turn, Worm? Ooh! A lot of damage to walk away from this fight with, though. Keep laser. Bam! That was less impressive. Oh, he only has 112 block. I promise it gets cool if he can keep up the block. Okay? That's not who I meant to heal. If you can't keep it up, then it is less impressive, but I promise it gets real cool. You're just gonna have... The sources trust me, okay? And we're just gonna pass turns until it gets to Nezglek. Hopefully the pets don't kill. It does have some block. Look at all those sads, though. You can just dispel too. Oh, you have to craft it first. Okay. And look at that. All our health back. Just in time for the... I forgot they named the elites too. I didn't even think about that, but they definitely do. Craft that. Hey, an upgraded annoying whistle. Could you imagine if you could have an annoying whistle that actually hurt someone? The thing here too is we want to upgrade expensive cards. Because it's free. That's my favorite price. And you have the border too to kind of tell you what's more and less rare. Oh, my neck's hurting me today. Jeez. What's an expensive card? I don't think we have any prismatics. Well, I know we don't have any prismatics. I really like this one. Hey, we have a gold though. That's the Master Spell we were talking about. That's pretty nice. Let's get into this arena and go for it. Oh, my neck's actually killing me. I need to get better posture. But I have to kind of stand in a certain way so my model camera catches me. I forgot to play heavy metal first. No! Another situation where we just play a spell though because of heavy metal. Every time you play a song spell, deals mind damage and applies it. He also gets sharp, but that's less important for us because we're not doing that build. Yeah, this is nice because you play skills, right? And it does this. It works well with the sharpens or this. Then we can go for this. This, because it's free. Yeah, not Magnus. Yager becomes a beast. Like, pretty much these three characters, plus Gustav's just good in general, are just super hard scaling characters. Don't slow my Heiner. I would like Heiner to go before you. Oh. I do think we have enough fortifies for the overall, so we probably won't run out of it unless it's purged, which is important. Eternal Lullaby. Woo! Look at that. That did not random who I wanted it to. Granted, these two are stealth, so take that as you will. Steel Forge, that. Bash that poor squirrel. Yager does have AoE, so look at all that premium meat. The premium schmeat right there, and all the war paint. Like, look at this. 30 damage plus the bleed. Oh, and the sheep clutched it out. We are totally in danger there. Oh, it gave Citadel to Yager. That's unfortunate. That happens every time, I swear, that you run multiple characters of the same class. Let's fight the Fang Gang, sure. I think it's either Fire Cultists or it's Bleed Wolves. Ow. And then it's the Minotaur. I love the little sound effects in this game, it's so funny. I will keep you safe. Oh, it's summoned. To be fair, I couldn't have one-turned that, so I was gonna get the summon off regardless, but... Eat this, boar! That poor boar. To be fair, it's blunt damage too, so it is affected by the other stuff we get. Didn't really think about that. We're gonna sharpen and double cleave. The sound effects, I swear. We do this. Craft Panacea, I think. Yeah, it gives a free Panacea. That's nice. And then that X-scaling card. We don't have it upgraded, but those X-scaling cards on Nesglect is where the big damage comes. The problem is I think one of them does purge Insanity, which you don't want unless you're finishing something off. But still. Just having damage options on healers, I feel like makes games feel better. Just because then the healers don't feel like they're not getting to do anything too. It's a serious problem. Like when you play this game with friends, you get these moments where it literally feels like some people just don't get to have fun, whereas other people are tossing out the big damage. Nice. I was gonna say, I wasn't sure how the random would work, but it hit the correct enemies. We take that. Malediction. Well, Deja Vu you. The goal is to end the fight here. We did not by a tiny bit. That's okay. Actually, Oh, I was about to say, it dies off this lightning damage, too. His lightning hits the sides. No, I took this when I was first learning because I saw Fortify, but it has to go on another hero, so you taunt another hero. Flanking Strike really could be good, but we're not seeing many Nesglick cards. Like, maybe we really do need to try and get, like, 1 or 2 more Deja Vus and just rely on that, because we're just not seeing them. Jump effects aren't good against single targets, unfortunately, but we can still play it. Very nice. You can see in the bottom right here, I know I'm covering up my deck, like, amounts, but you can see the items here. He's not using the charges on that, but that's okay. Just the way it goes. Alright, Yager's coming for you, Minotaur. It's not going to be a good time. Oh. This thing does get a ridiculous amount of fury, though. And I think eventually it uses something where every time it gets hit, I want to say, it gains fury, and then it just uses that fury to, hurt a lot. Unfortunately, Heiner's wall has been broken. We gotta fix that. 38. I mean, genuinely, even just off one turn, 38 is still a respectable amount of damage for your tank. I think we do just go with Song Spam. I really like these big AoE spells, but they do fall off at the end as well. Handcheck summons 3 clones, so you get value off AoE there. But in the very last fight, you know, it's just you versus Archon Nier, and I guess the 1 clone it summons. Yeah, where is it? Dispel that, gain speed, dispel that. Yeah, it stacks a bunch of that. Luckily, it should die. Not... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're a little short. But it is essentially dead. Yeah, the Palisade gives thorns. Which, so, hey! Double block. We haven't gotten to the amount that'd be super necessary, but you can always just hold on to it. You don't have to play it, because it is a Vanish card. You can wait till you have a good time to use it. Alright, Desperate Prayer, no. That's the unfortunate part. When it gives you a card reward, it's usually a really high rarity card that is upgraded. However, it's not necessarily a card that... I'm just checking immunity. It's not necessarily a card that's helpful to you. A lot of the time. I never know if you should focus down the champion here. Just for the reason of the champion's got more health, so it's going to take longer to die. But, you know, it's also the most dangerous one because it's a champion. I think it really just depends on what your damage output looks like. There we go. Yes. Now. Hit him hard. I am hoping to maybe... I think there's a couple other... If we can't corrupt Yager's Cleaver... It is one of the weapons, actually, that you can kind of make last until the end, and we'll spread out these charges. Or try and kill this. It is one of those weapons, though, that can last you till the end, just because bleed application isn't super common. There are things like, you know, the Dark Goblet that, when you apply Dark, you get bleed. But just straight up giving you bleed isn't actually as common as you might think. For how, like, prevalent it is, I think, in Scout decks. I think bleed's really common for Scouts. Like, Andoran... I wouldn't really say I used a whole lot. Oh no, you disarmed him. If only he wasn't based on spells. Like, Andoran, Sylvie, and, Yager... not really Gustav. And Duels as well. Can all go bleed of some kind. Look, his block won't go away for 13 turns. It is really awkward, though, when enemies steal your fortified charges. I think we sharpen Cleave. You can kind of see, though, the bleed stacks aren't as meaningful as they were earlier, just because enemies have more health now. I should have done lethal on one enemy instead of spreading it out. It's really only important to spread it out when people are actually hurt. Like we kind of are now. To be fair, you know what? That did not feel very good. They have 15 Fury, that's why that's doing so much. Jeez. Oh! My frog! We do that for safety. Quickness, and then... Alright, they're all dead. So what we do here is, you know, we just pass the turns. I guess we could even give the Schmeat to you. He gets less healing, unfortunately, with Decay, which is annoying. But this is the strat. We'll give some block just to cover in case. We just sit here. We stack charges wherever we can without killing. Good. Good. And then we wait. And look at that. Patience is a virtue. Not one that I'm very blessed with, but it is a virtue. And then we can just go lethal. Yeah, we only have good performance. We are starting to fall down. Like, our damage is not looking as great. Which is surprising. I actually thought that... Ooh, Last Guardian. Thought it'd be good. Feed the Rich, yep. Song spell, that's just dual song. The Chosen One, I love the Chosen One. Try to... Surely we don't fade an 88. I said that, but we failed an 89. Oh, thank good. Critical success, woo! Oh yeah, okay, so we get upgrades here. For cheaper, too. 35% off? Oh. Oh. There's an argument to be said for just upgrading the really expensive cards. But I'm going to make these... Let's go with it. We only have one Deja Vu, but we know when we use it, it duplicates twice into discard. So we just make them do one AoE. I don't really need the Curative Therapy anymore. Which ones can we make? Yeah. Yeah, that does Dispel Sight. That's fine. Yeah, we've upgraded a good amount of Gustav's cards now. I don't want to make them more expensive. That's such a nice discount. Sharpen, sure. Do self-sharpen. Then we should upgrade these. Ooh. Yeah, sure. I'll try it. I'll do 1x. It's your Fortify times 6, but the only way we're getting Fortify is guards. So depending on when we get that, it could be a lot more or it could be a lot less. One of these summons something. It's always so deceiving. Just hit you with the, hey, there's only 3 enemies here. Why do they have evade? But they hit you with the fake out, hey, there's only 3 enemies here, and then one of them summons something immediately. The wolf got rid of the evade, though. That's nice. Warp Paint, Schmeat. What do we do here? I think we sharpen, do this, and then cleave. Why are these things slowed? Oh, you know what? It's the Astral Wolf. And stuff like that. I'm hoping to one-shot this. I didn't. Reduces curse charges. That's scary. Purge. Purge would have been bad for Heiner. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Ooh, but they get multiple turns in a row. Again, that's a danger, though, when you enter battles with extra speed, is it increases the chance that once that speed leaves, enemies just get to hammer it to you. No! No, that was one of the only damaging spells he drew. That's fine. Look at that utility. All that extra speed. It would have been better to, you know, damage them, but we take what we can get. Let's, yeah. You don't get to summon anything again. We don't do that here. Shield bash. It's getting there. And again, we're not even, like, close to the amount you can get. Clairvoyance here. Try and kill this thing we did. Nice. There we go, sorry. Oh, I got a little scared. One of my webpage that I had the Across the Obelisk pulled up on, the just guides on, there's been an error when loading this page, and I thought for a second that my internet was dying. And I was a bit sad. We don't need another shield charge. I should have taken less early. That's honestly probably what I should have done. Because that one's the one that's a little bit more expensive, but instead of being half its block, it's 70%. But it's okay. Frost charge you apply, we aren't applying frost. You know, at this point, this isn't that good. I'm kind of content. This is +2 speed versus -2. I don't think songs count as spells, spell sword. We still haven't just seen... We'll take the gold. We haven't seen a weapon that's good for Heiner. Or, like, that does anything for Heiner. 72%. Come on, game. I want a discount. We got the discount. Okay, the game's not continuing to do it. Immune to Flame is really only good for the boss of this fight. Didn't I take this? What's it do? It just... We don't use the armor. It's 5 more max HP. I'm not going to spend 600 gold on 5 max HP. I think we have to hatch it. Okay, I was going to say, I don't know what happens if you boil it. Oh, we got the amulet. Oh, yeah, I'm glad we didn't pay for it then. That would have been real awkward. Divination Orb. 3 and 2 versus 2 in general. You know, actually... No, I think what we have is better. He's not using those 2 out of 2 charges, but still. Volcano Slope. I do not know what this is, but I'm pretty sure it's one of the ones that you just do a matching and you get hurt. You know what? Let's do this too. They get Thorns and Regen. We apply Bleed. You know, who's afraid of a little bit of Thorns? Actually, to be fair right now, he might be a little afraid. It's a weird day that your healer doesn't have the lowest max HP in this game. But it's just because of items. I can't believe we got the All-Seeing Amulet. It's not a super rare thing, but it is gold. Gold rarity, you know. Not prismatic level, but it's not super common. And it's why it makes me so sad every time I randomly see it when I'm playing something else. Let's get that bleed stacking on this big elite. Yeah, see, they're slowed again, so they're gonna get multiple turns. The Chosen One! Basically, the next 4 spells, you apply a bunch of stuff to everyone. Very helpful. Look at all those charges. That's insta full health. Yeah, worst comes to worst too, we can always use the food items from Yager on someone else. Give them some max HP and keep them a little bit healthier. But I'm a little bit of afraid of this going longer. Because they do more damage, more max HP. That's pretty common. But the Thorns will stack. Because it does that much damage. And then it loses 1 charge. So we could, in theory, get to a point where the Thorns one-shot someone for just hitting them. Which would be unfortunate. Yager? That hit fastest here and it was Heiner. What? Heiner's so slow. The next food gives you Gorge. Put a gourmet into your hand and then you X. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's disgusting. Imagine if we got that later in the cycle too, where he's stronger. And there are just like playing cards that also scale off of your max HP. Encore. Okay. I'm gonna do it again anyway. Okay, we're not having him hit again. That Thorns could have been bad. I did that because Nezglek goes before the enemies do. We don't need the last Guardian here, actually. He hasn't stacked much block, but it's always that balancing game, right? Making it so Heiner can stack enough block. So this one's dead. Okay, that was perfect, actually. Because now it has enough health left, yeah, that we get those stack healings. And this is where Nezglek shines. It takes Nezglek a little bit to get going, but once he gets going, it's gross. Alright. They have so many Thorns. I don't necessarily want to leave here missing a ton of health. But it'll probably be fine. I could have played one of those supportive songs. Look at all that regen, too. What? Ideally, because Yager has so much max HP, we would finish it here. Fresh meat will do. It's such a meme. 70 damage just outright. And look at that, he has 305 max HP. And because so much of that is overcapped, you know, it doesn't matter. I did that because we got a lot of free rewards here. That Healing Serenade I maybe should have taken, actually. Alright, come on, Ignido. What you got? Yeah, sure. Okay, well, I guess we just destroyed the rock. Arena champion. So good. I am. 49. Feed the rich. Do this. It's a little bit earlier, but, you know, it's fine. Alright, we do butchering. Yeah, we're leading real strong. We are only at Madness 1, to be fair. But still, getting to do this much damage this early on in a fight is very helpful. I forgot he had Dimensional Crystal. That's helpful. Does a lot of burn. I mean, the bosses of each plane, except maybe, I guess, the mummies, which is still a giant mummy, right? It just summons a bunch of undead. Does pretty much exactly what you'd expect it to, you know? Like, it's a flame plane, it's a flame boss. It's nice plane, it's nicey dragon. Like, here we go. 431 block. Oh, give me the shield bash. I dare you, game. I think we just cleave. I mean, the rocks can't be bled because they're rocks, but they still take a decent chunk of damage because of the extra 3. I mean, that's what, like, he has 150 plus another 3%, so 50... I think that's what, 55% extra bonus damage? 55 times 3 is 165, yeah. Oh! That's what I was talking about, though. And it's more powerful because it purges their sight. That's not bad. That's the card Gruckly wants. Ooh. Try that. It's sad, though, because we haven't taken very many cards and still only that much. We already have the Corrupted Mind Book. Doing it again doesn't do anything. I mean, we still have some pretty bad gear. It's fine. Sometimes it's worth it just to get rid of an old piece of gear for extra max HP. We'll try it. One thing I'd actually like... This is the Chromatic Slime event I was talking about earlier, by the way. So the problem is, I want to try the Ancient Library, where you go up there and you read the book, and that is apparently how you get enough enough XP to hit level 5 before the twins. However, because we have the gold trophy, we can just buy a potential prismatic there, so I want to do that. I'm surprised we didn't have the red steel cloak. Transform damage to blonde. I mean, we can get corrupted that. I'm gonna grab that, and then we're gonna save the rest of the cash. Alright, what to upgrade? I don't think we have any more upgrades. I'm actually gonna change the Mind Blast over to expiring. We'll make the hallucination expire. We're really gonna go for this. We haven't seen more Deja Vus. I wonder if we can buy another one. Did I see that? No, that was Spectral Missiles. Deja Vu. There's a decent... Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a decent chance it's only one. It's just a bit unfortunate that we never saw any more. We can just make these cheaper. I'm super down for just card spam on Nesclect. There's not really a consequence in most fights for card spamming. Hail's not bad. We got Spike Shield, sure. Actually, oh crud, I just realized we don't have that much, that many crystals left. I was gonna say, we can buy this. And that's some more free self-block for Heiner. It's a lot more, it's 11 more block for... Wait, no, he gets 1 off defense cards, right? Either way, it's fine. Let's get going. Downwards to the shop. I do not want a circle of healing. They just, whenever it offers you a specific card, it's just so rarely actually useful for the comp you're using. What's this immune to? Oh, it's immune to sight. I mean, that's not super bad. It just cuts Nesglect's ability to hurt it and to actually apply, you know, healing from that monster. It just means some of the others will have to focus them. Heiner is taunting because of the beam, so it's going to have a harder time stacking as well. I think we just do triple rampage here, honestly, and see who it goes on. I forgot that these could appear on this floor with random combats. I thought it was always the knights. I guess it maybe judges this enemy as being hard enough that it's worth putting on this floor. Random comments are weird, man. Like, it's just, sometimes it actually feels like it's good for you, and sometimes it puts you against, like, the worst stuff. Alright, here we go. Dispel that. Why not? We have an excess of energy. These fights are going to be a bit of a slog, though, because, again, infinite scaling comps take a long time to scale every fight. They work really well in the end game, but it's not just fast like, hey, I proc Dark on you twice, you die. I think we're going to do this Power Slave twice. I think we want to have just work our way to the back and have Yager focus this one. The problem is so much of Yager's damage is random. Okay, Heiner's building the wall. We just have to hope Gustav doesn't randomly get one shot, which could very well happen, and I would regret not having put that stuff on. But, you know, we'll figure that out if it happens. Double bleed, it's not worth it. At some point, though, that becomes very worth it. But because it's a Vanish card, it's worth it to wait, you know? Until we see what returns we'll actually get from it. I was hoping that would be lethal. That's always annoying. Why did it heal so much? Does it... What did it have? I'm actually not sure why that healed. I wasn't paying attention. I don't think we had, Sanctify on Heiner. Oh, random hero can't... Oh, wait, no. Heiner's not taunting anymore. I was about to say, what? Damage by others, yeah. Someone's gonna get Dark proc, then it's gonna hurt. I'm actually gonna dispel that just in case. That's one of those things where as long as you're careful, but you can absolutely just accidentally hit yourself real hard because you're not paying enough attention. Shield Bash. Shield Bash. That's my robot right there. And again, we don't even have the strong, like, we don't have a huge amount of block gain right now. And we don't have, like, the really powerful this block equals this hit cards either. Like, this is a very average performing build for Heiner. Because that's just card RNG, right? You can purchase some things, but... You know, only so much you can control. Ooh. Will that one-shot? Yeah, it should, right? Yeah. I can count. Very nice. Good chunk of healing. The bird's dead. It's just the healer. What are you going to do by yourself, monk? Oh. That's kind of obnoxious. Yeah, we'll just kill it. Yager shouldn't be missing that much health. Ooh, Citadel. He may never get to use it, but I'm still going to try it. Never-ending story. Ooh, Enervate. That's actually pretty good. Hello, I have a trophy. What you got? Oh, you have the worst one. How could you do this to me? My feelings? I should have just gone up top and tried to roll for it. I think this shop is guaranteed to have one prismatic, though. It's just not a very good one. Ooh, for every sight charge you apply flame. That gives us more damage. Whereas Emerald Staff gives us... I'm going to keep the Emerald Staff. This would also be really good, though. It diversifies the number of stacks you can put on enemies. However, you know, we still don't have a weapon for Heiner. I'm going to give it to Heiner just for all what damage +2 at this point, because we're not going to spend the gold anywhere except maybe, I think, the airship. But that feels a little bad. Oh, no, they have a Heiner. Its name's Rusty. It's immune to being wet. Alright, well, we gotta focus Orby, otherwise Orby's gonna make our life difficult. Yeah, you can see Yager was missing like 70 HP at the end of the last fight. But specifically because a lot of that was overcapped health, it didn't stick. There we go. It's a bit awkward when you draw this early, but it's still a lot of opening damage. It just, again, scales with max HP, so you can do some dirty stuff with it. Let's bleed the robot. And then the Orby. Yeah, the robot can't get wet, but it can bleed. That's just game logic right there. Clairvoyance, clairvoyance. That and that. Maybe it wasn't worth it to dispel the sight, but it's not like we need the healing. See, it's just discount Heiner. Oh, right, it has the laser. When it blocks, it does that. That's kind of like the mini-boss in the Flame Zone, actually. We fought that before. I do like these shorter runs, though, for unlocks, because we really do get to see more. It's just that we don't see the endgame as much, which is honestly fine by me. That's kind of awkward on the bounce luck. Because we get more unlocks, it's just something that I know some people don't like. Because when you start up a run, right, the idea is to finish it. But, it really, to me, does feel like it's just the optimal way to go. Because unless you really want that extra XP, which you will get eventually anyways, you just really benefit from, you know, getting the card unlocks so you can see them again, too. Or the weapon unlocks. The pets especially are important because you can buy them in the starting town once you've unlocked them. Which leads to us getting things like, you know, this starting wolf. How much damage can we get this to do? That's not bad. Not quite lethal, but close. Okay, well, it died on the thorns. Do we still have the Shield of Thorns? Is that what that is? No. I'm not sure. I guess it's probably the Palisade off Champy. I was gonna say, that seems a little weird. Yeah, we don't even need the healing. We can just finish it here. Okay, well, Heiner can't. But, you know. Yager can. Yeah. Nice. No. No. No and no. Sure. 69. It won't betray me. The 69 won't betray me, surely. The 69 betrayed me. Alright. I see how it is. It offered me a corrupted circle of healing again. Why does it keep doing that? Immune to lightning. Okay, well, we have double gunners. It doesn't really matter. We need to get rid of the double gunners. Otherwise, they're gonna AoE. Oh, but they have evade. Oh, this is gonna be sketchy. Because part of the problem is Heiner can only hit the front enemy with everything he has. Like, literally only the front enemy. That's not worth the energy. But the wolves helping with those evade charges for sure. And a lot of Yager's damage is front monsters as well. Not a crazy amount, but enough that it's a concern for fights like this. Luckily, we got the Bat Gunner down. The Bat Gunner should die pretty fast. Ooh, Night Terror. We have not drawn that in a long time, have we? Wow. I'm gonna have, I know we talk about finishing this one. I'm just gonna have Nesklek stack up on the big boy. Just with that max HP pool, it's gonna survive longer pretty much regardless. Ouchie. What is this? When you play a card, suffer burn and sanctify. Okay, that's fine. Basically, I don't think they do holy damage. So it's pretty much just, you know, we take some burn damage and then they heal a little bit if they hit. Which is bad, but not the end of the world. Alright, the gunner's dead. Knock that evasion off. I just think that the gunners are so much more dangerous. Because we've seen how much damage those dark procs do. And this would be why we saved the energy. Hopefully we can get some more reinforced steel. Here we go. What do we do? I think we cleave. And then call it a day. We keep getting the double bleed when people just don't have that many bleed stacks. Enervate's good. I'm going to go ahead and dispel Gustav just in case. I know I talk about how valuable the dispels are, but I haven't put nearly as many on Nesklek as we have, especially when we've run double healer. But it is important. Because eventually you get stuck with enough stacks that someone just dies, and you can't get it off. I don't need to use the healing spell. Yeah. The gunners have those hit everything and then they're in dark and light. And it's just the longer the fight goes, the more likely it is that it becomes a problem. How is this thing? Oh, it's because we have the Sanctify charges. It did come back to bite me, crud. I was like, wait, how does this thing have so much health? I thought it was like half HP. It's fine. They're healing a ton because of our Sanctify charges. But we're also, you know, healing a ton because of their mind charges. You want to see Nesglek? Yeah, I was going to say pull a pro gamer move. We drew 2 of the X cards, and it had so many Sight and Insanity charges that those 2 just one-bopped it. It's so funny. It can put that status again. I don't think I've seen that on a non-champion version. His name is Alexander. Encore. Annoying Whistle. Encore is just nice. You know, it's an extra spell. Not always... I didn't mean to put that on. That's fine. It's not always, like, super useful. But it's still just like, yeah, see, I don't know if we're going to get to use Citadel. Even with the Defense Mastery, it's still going to cost 8 energy, but on the off chance, you know, it's going to be great. To be honest, it's probably just going to be a dead card, though, and I recognize that. I'm still just going to do it. Look at that. We broke 300 max HP, and, one shot. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, Big Bad Wolf is still a very, like, helpful perk. It's just not, like, crazy good, right? We have not been drawing the Deja Vus either. I'm just realizing this now. We are talking about the fast cycle deck, and we just never see it. That's the Bouncing Shield I was talking about. It just straight up equal to your block, chaining twice. You know, you purge your block, but... And that's the unupgraded version. Unfortunately, you know, we got it on Yager. Let's check out their wares. Ooh. Hey, the Netherblade. That's actually really good. We got some decent stuff after all. We have enough money to buy what we need. Oh, he doesn't have the Bloodstone anymore. That's fine. So max HP plus 15. Healing received. Inspiration. Every turn, everyone gains inspiration. That's good. I'm going to give it to Heiner. Because he's giving everyone regen. And then... yeah, I think this is better. Put it on Gustav. Still not a good weapon. We've seen the Seashell ring a decent number of times. You know what? We'll give it to Yager just because Yager has a really bad ring. And we will still get a little bit of an armory off of the ending of this floor. But yeah, these... oh, it's immune to bleed. That's a shame. We'll deal with that when we can get to it. Because Orb and then Gunners. The Orb just makes the fight take so much longer. It's kind of just ridiculous. To be fair, that's exactly what most blocking characters on our side do. But I digress. It's still dumb. Yeah, the Golem's just going to have to be last. Which, leaving any elite till last is dangerous. But, looking at what we've got here, I just genuinely don't think you can leave the Orby. Ooh, and we randomed it once. Nice. To be honest, what we might do too is just have everyone that can focus the back, and then have Nesglect. No, we do need to kill Orby here. Ah, I could have timed that, but I should have used that immediately. I just wasn't sure what would be lethal. But we have Nesglect just stack up all the charging on this thing. So we get all the healing from it, and then everyone else attack the others. Yeah, you can kind of see, though, how these elites add time onto the run and difficulty. But because we're even just doing an extra madness, we'll get a bigger chest at the end. Also because we, you know, finished the run. Got some speed. Yeah, so I think the speed differential on the higher end makes a difference this fight. But speed's just such a weird thing, because when it makes a difference in turn order, a lot of times it's very influential. It's just so much of the time it doesn't. That's okay, Rampage luck. Any hit from Yager into the Stone Golem is a bit of a waste. The Chosen One, perfect. Yeah, at this point we can just... It's kind of unfortunate we drew these here, but... Do this. Oh. Oh dear. Nezglect is angry. That is a healer, ladies and gentlemen. That is a healer. That just pretty much one-shot this massive elite. I love how I said I was gonna focus this gunner and it ended up being the last thing to die. That's just sometimes how this game goes, huh? Very nice. We are doing pretty well for ourselves. That's the Bree perk. Bree's just such a weird character. She focuses on thorns. And, it'd be a lot better if there weren't enemies that were specifically anti-thorns. Unlike Dark Comp, though, we do benefit from whittling these two down evenly. Which I think is a little bit more dangerous, to be fair. But we keep those charges up, we stack it up, and we don't just get hit a bunch. Wow, that's all the guards. I don't think these things can purge Fortify. I think they just do a lot of damage. Okay, so do we. I don't know which one I'd consider more dangerous. Eventually they start healing and doing stuff every time we do anything. Ooh, Deja Vu early. That's good. Hit them both once. That's 4 Deja Vus. But we have a 30 card. Ah. To be fair, that's why we made the Mind Blast vanish and stuff. Like, it's not so bad. But again, I think we're not really going to see the rewards for the Deja Vu strategy until we get to hand check. Just the last 2 fights when they actually will take a long time. But it's this laser right here. That's always a problem. It's not a problem if you hit it like once, right? But if you start getting hit multiple times, where it hits just the entire team, it's a little bit bad. Because now anything, including pets, that hits that thing is gonna backfire. It's okay, Heiner's not gonna take damage. Yeah, like the pet. And it's part of the reason I'm afraid to do some of the more effective ones, would just butcher the other one. Because if you multi-hit this thing, it's a bad time. I'm still going to use Mesmeric Mirage. Oh, why am I shouldn't craft the Panacea in Nezglect. We took way too many cards on him, to be honest. I didn't think it was going to be this much of a problem, but I do want to do like a quick... Kind of how in like Slay the Spire you can do infinites, or like 1 or 2 turn cycles. I think the problem is I don't think you can have less than 15 cards in a deck. Which, to be honest, is also not a problem. If you are able to get like half of your cards be those Vanish cards, you could probably do a 2 or 3 turn cycle with a couple Deja Vus. There's Feed the Rich. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. It's the next food. That's fine. It gives him more time to stack up. Oh, Betty. Why'd you do that? I'd love to use this. I would not like to take the damage back. Eh, it's fine. We'll do it once. We have enough block. Alright, Heiner. Show me what you got. 76, we take that. Alright, it has the laser, Ivory Tower. That's the nice thing, too, is they get to the point where they have so much block that it's not exactly an issue. But this is where the Law spells come in. When you play a card, lowest HP monster recovers HP. And it's why stacking, you know, debuffs is so important. Because if you're not getting enough value out of it, then they're literally just healing. Like, we're trying to focus down this one here, but every time we play a card, it's the lowest health monster. There's Gorge. Oh, he doesn't have the Law of Light on him for some reason. That's interesting. I was about to say, what? Alright. Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point if we take the Law of Light damage, as long as nobody gets a Death's Door, which everyone's full health. But that is when it becomes a bit of a problem. Yeah, you can see all the debuffs we have. It gets kind of crazy. But yeah, Heiner has... Oh, jeez. It's such a meme. This 300 block and it won't run out for 34 turns. Yeah, I have no idea actually why Yager didn't get Law of Light. I think it might be because he just had... Maybe he had too many debuffs, as weird as that sounds. Because I think there's a limit. And at the time he had like the Gorge and the Feed the Weak, right? But that's nice, because it means he's free to do all this buffing and stuff without any repercussions. And this is the turn we want to hit, because Law of... what's it called? Not Law of Light, Dawn Punishment isn't up. Yeah, we win. Not too shabby. Again, not as fast as Dart comp, but this is like... I wouldn't even use this comp at a higher level, but Nezglek, Gustav in particular, do, you know, they end up being pretty good. We got 3 Prismatics, and none of them are that good. I guess we take last reward. Gustav had all 3 options, and none of them were the songs. Ooh, and Domino's good. Basically, anytime you fully block, you get some of that shield back. When you play food, gain energy and vitality. The talent Butcher always guarantees gourmet meat. When an enemy dies, yeah. And the talent Dinner is ready. Spoiled meat is replaced by gourmet meat. We don't have Dinners ready. Let's take Gluttony. This is the one I like. You can go small weapon build. And then, this is the tadpole I'm talking about. You can get a boon on draw that gives you energy, inspiration, max up. Like, it's good, right? And healing. Or you could just get that over time with Sight, Inspire, and Buffer. And it's not reliant on you drawing one specific card. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, we can get a... Oh. Reprisal is, yeah, transfer 3 curses, deal mind damage. I'd like to put that on Heiner, but we can get a... I mean, that's a corrupted Golden Laurel. Every turn we get 2 Inspire. And 1 Speed. That's too good to pass up. Who has the worst armor here? Oh, it's definitely Nezglek. What? It's 100% Nezglek. Next to still have the like wolf cloak from the first plane. For every bleed you charge, apply flame. That's pretty good. I don't know if there's anything here I'd take. That was a big equipment. Those were the equipments I was looking for earlier that we didn't get in the shop. Alright, so I don't know what the purple gem does here. Let's try it. You can always go up here and either get a good boon for one person or max HP for everyone, which is what I usually do. But definitely not bad. Oh, it's Belly Fort. That's a mini boss on the first plane. Just a straight up mini boss is here. You know what? Let's go front to back. It's just easiest, I think, to go front to back because of how many cards are front monster. But in reality, like, this thing's gonna be dangerous, because look at all that AoE flame. Alright, meat. That Inspire's crazy, because it means everyone... That's actually so good for Nezglek that I just realized. We'll cycle through Deja Vu faster, because everyone's drawing 2 more cards every turn. That's nuts. Okay. How much energy do we have? I think we sharpen once. We butcher once. Okay. Yep, I guess we're... I was about to say, and then we see where that damage goes. But look at that, 54 bleed, 54 flame. Those singular pieces of equipment can literally, like, double your DPS, and it's nuts. And we have Dimensional Crystal, so we double Pandemonium. I think we definitely craft the Panacea to someone else. That's something I've realized is, it's helpful to do that. If I want to do this, sure. It only purges the sight on one enemy, and it's a good chunk of damage regardless. But I didn't even think about that. We were talking about how we gave Nezglek too many cards because we can't recycle the Deja Vus. But that's not a problem when everyone's drawing so many more cards a turn. I've never had Corrupted Laurel, actually. Getting any Corrupted Prismatic Weapon is just very RNG based. And to be fair, some of them, like the Mirror of Cassandra, it's actually better just to give the Mirror of Cassandra to a second person. Because I think the Mirror of Cassandra Corrupted... normally, it's right, the first card you play every turn, you get another free copy of. I believe the Corrupted version just gives you more stats. I mean, we could check right now, right? I think, personally, it's probably the strongest, just because of the utility Prismatic in the game. But there are some really strong, yeah. 15 max HP, when you play a card one time on a turn, first card, you put an extra copy in your hand, and it's vanished. Whereas, yeah, you get 10 more max HP, but it is twice per turn. That is fair. It kind of depends, I guess, then on what you want. We usually, when we get multiple, we've only seen it happen like twice. But when we get multiple Mirrors of Cassandra, we just give it to multiple people. It's a lot of utility. And it does depend, to be fair, on what you currently have. Because if you have better, if you have 3 good potion slots, you should just have someone get the extra card mimic. I just used that on Heinerbs. Oh. That's the HP scaling right there. And my sheep's going wild again. The sheep's out for blood. Hey, another reinforced steel. I will take a Carnage. I don't want another never-ending story. I'll take another... Ooh. Yeah, actually, I was about to say meditate, but that's pretty good. I'm just going to save the rest of the currency. Oh, okay, so we get more energy for the next fight. The weird thing is, that'd be more helpful if it was on the last fight, wouldn't it? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I mean, look, we have 4 starting energy. What's this immune to? Okay. We got pretty lucky overall, I think, with immunities. Like, we really didn't run into a whole lot of enemies that were immune to what we needed. Which can be really bad. Because it can completely mess you over. And I do think they keep that in mind, to be fair. I want to say that they make it less common that you run into, like, some of the more like Dark, for example. I think we've only seen 1 Dark immunity, but we've seen Wet immunity several times. I genuinely do think they keep that in mind because it's so detrimental to some comps versus others. I'm really glad we got the Bleed for Burn charges. It's the same thing as the Dark comps. There's just so much utility in those perks. Because, again, he's applying 68 bleed, but it's doubled that damage, essentially. Just nuts. Nesclex Siju. Yeah, I think with him, we'll just really prioritize the cards that disappear. Like, it just... I don't know. I feel like I overrate cards like this, to be honest, but it's just the idea of Deja Vu is so cool to me. You know? You play it, you get multiple copies in your discard pile, and it scales with the number of vanish cards, and every time you play one, it multiplies and vanishes. You know, it's a weird form of scaling that doesn't involve stacks. Oh, they all get Guardian Angel? Really? That's nuts. This is the perk that ordinarily this enemy gets, right? Where when it's lowered to a certain amount, it just heals. Yeah, like that. For them to all get that is actually really annoying. Not a huge issue, but it is annoying. Ooh, he's halved. Weak is also not good. We really don't have that many Dispel charges, but I don't think in the end they really stack damage, to be fair, to the level that we'd have to be concerned. Can you one-shot here? Okay. I was going to use Stockade otherwise. It is bad, though, that they completely dispel all stacks. I think. Because that, again, affects our healing, that affects damage, all that stuff, but it's overall fine. I don't know why I didn't play that before I got Feed the Rich. In an ideal world... Yeah, I was gonna say, we just one-shot. It won't proc if they just die. You know, it'd have been better if we'd done that before it got the chance to do that, but, you know. Not always the way it happens. If we can do just a little bit more to this one, it won't go down and it'll die to, yeah, perfect. I'm not going to use Clairvoyance just because of that. It's a good way to cheese enemies. Oh my goodness, those Sanctify charges. And it's going to apply Disarm. That's fine. Not like Disarm does a whole lot to Gustav. Oh no, you disarmed Gustav. Whatever will he do except not naturally attack. Push forward's good. Ooh, Titanfall. There we go. We've seen this before in Novelate. It does a good chunk just by itself. Imagine that when it's on an HP stacking character. I'll take another Demonic Tutor too, why not? Alright, yeah. But there's also really cool like Easter egg dialogue, right? You reach the inner sanctum of the obelisk, you peer around, you see the body of the princess. She's not dead, right? She's still alive. But he's got the brooch that the Archon summons from. And you can just say something like, oh, you don't understand the power of this. And he says, don't get in my mind, you squid. We've talked about like Novelia saying, oh, this must be why Bastet kept me alive. So that I could fight you now and the Archons. Just cool little Easter eggs like that. We will unfortunately be losing our pets. It's just like, it's like turn 2 or 3. And with all this HP and all the resistances he has, it's just so hard to kill him in time to save him. Which stinks. We've seen how much work this pet in particular. The bunny hasn't done a whole lot, to be fair, and the sheep has killed a few things in a funny way. But, you know, it's just kind of gross. Here's the Titanfall. It is unfortunately, I mean, we'll save it, right? I want to see how much damage we can get out of it. Because it is unfortunately one that, you know, vanishes. But that's some decent damage. 179 bleed and burn off just one turn. And we have such a good opening turn. Did that starting card, I wonder, actually work for us in that way? That event where we put the gem in it? I'm a little confused on that. Demonic Tutor, Spectral, and I'll take the Spectral Missiles. Yeah, Demonic Tutor's also so good. There is something to be said for saving some energy for the clones that pop out here. But so far, I mean, we are applying bleed, burn, and we are applying stacks for heal. So it's not a big deal. The problem is with one-shotting, like, he's not killing, it's called, like, Twilight Slaughter. He's not killing the pets here. But the clones basically eat through their own health to heal him. So in the end, you probably won't kill it in time. But it is a big advantage that you wouldn't have otherwise, having your pets for the next fight. Oh, there's... we are 1 energy away from being able to use it this time, dang. It's just so good, right? 5 fortify, 75 block. Like, they can tear through 75 block fairly fast, but still, you just can't beat that. And it's why I keep wanting to get it on Magnus, because we play such an energy-efficient Magnus build. But it just keeps not happening. Here's our Feed the Rich. And our Gorge. Yeah, we should probably just focus a clone down. It's a shame to say goodbye to the pets, but they did us proud. They did us well early. But there's a goodbye for everything, I suppose. Yeah, unless something weird happens, like really strange, we should be able to win. Demonic Tutor, Clairvoyance, good. Deja Vu. I swear I've been in this place before. I forgot too, we get a stanza 3 on everyone. The mind damage only helps Nesglek, but again, these two work really well together. And I do genuinely think, unless you're going for a super specific build, Nesglek is just the best generalist healer in this game. You suffer from that little bit of lack of healing early, but the amount you do later on just makes up for it. It's too good. Yeah, maybe if we'd focused, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at the damage we've done so far, and just wondering if we could have gotten away 705 block, though that shield bash is going to hurt. We never saw, like, the really good, you know, breakpoint ones for that, which is unlucky, but you can get some, like, because it purges its own block, so naturally it's going to do more damage. Yeah, maybe. We genuinely might have been able to save our pets. We could reload the combat and try, but I don't think it's necessary. Because looking at how much damage it did, even with the healing hand check received, it's not bad. Yeah, we probably could have. I think if you reload the combat, it gives you the same card orders and stuff. So you consider we could have stacked up more on him and then done the X card there. And he probably would have died, but goodbye, pets. I wonder if you could dodge that. Like, if you had evade charges too, would that work? I've never seen that. Alright, so we heavy metal, we encore, and then we reverberant raise. That's a good one to encore. Sometimes you get things to encore that just aren't helpful, and sometimes you get ridiculously good cards. I'm debating if I need to block on Nesglek, just because... Oh, it's only 70. Oh, he lost most of his block. What? Oh, it's probably because he taunted last turn. It can be hard without the right setup to let Heiner really build up that block. Also, Yager has 500 max HP. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. It's such a meme. And The crazy thing is that is not even close, and I mean that, not even remotely in the realm of being close to the highest damage I've seen. Because of Gruckly Fury build. It's such a specific one. I have seen Gruckly, it's around 5k I think normally, yeah, for max HP. I have seen Gruckly do, I think it was like 8 or 9, I can't even, it was like 60k I think, something damage. It's disgusting. And it's so funny. Literally just because you can stack Fury. And Fury, like, increases your damage by a percentile amount. And then again, you just kind of protect yourself from bleed with Blood Guard. Let's save energy. Ultimately, though, I think you can get more damage out of Fury in one of the skill tree points if you are willing to, It's like, I think that perk, though, it makes the Fury damage increase much bigger. But I also believe it makes it so that Fury bleed can't be stopped, which is a problem. But that's also why there's, like, the Mosquito Pet and a few other options, just so that it's, like, specifically Gruckly. It's not that other characters don't have bleed, but Gruckly's the main one that focuses on Fury, which gives you self-bleed. Not bad. We just have to keep in mind any stacks we put on this clone to kill it will be gone in terms of Insanity and Sight. Not a big deal, though. Nesglect heals so much at this point, this late in the game, that unless someone gets one shot, there's no danger. Like, there really isn't. I really do think, though, because of capped on stacks and stuff like that, I don't think Yager's supposed to be too good at... Like, I'd have to look at tier list. Maybe we'll do that at the end of this run, because I'm curious. For Madness 15. Of course, it's always, like, preference as well. You look at a billion different tier lists for different games, and people... Oh, I saved energy because I wanted to... I was hoping this would happen, and we were one short again. I shouldn't have played that last Steel Skin. Dang it. That's okay. We definitely took it, and it was definitely a dead card the entire game. But I was kind of expecting that, to be fair. It's just kind of the way it goes. But the clone is dead. But you can see, too, how many cards Archon Nier gets to play. It's scary. Oh. Alright, here we go. Enrage. I'm so bummed out about that, man. I was 1 energy too short. And I'd even talked about, I think, the previous turn, right? 444. It's a waste now, but, you know, we get a ton of damage here. Encore's Power Slave's going to be a lot because of our hand, actually. Okay, that wasn't as impressive as I thought. I feel like I've said that a lot today. I should have bounced that off the clone, I think. No, it would have been 1 bounce either way. Alright, we do this. Maybe I should have Song of Celerity. I mean, Archon Nier's still pretty slow. But when you play that Martyrdom, it slows people down. Night Terror. What have you got? Temporal Chains for free sounds pretty good. Not bad. There's Titanfall. How many cards does Yager have? Yager does not have a very long cycle. The thing is, that's still like 4 or 5 turns, and I'm pretty sure the fight will be over in 4 or 5 turns, if we're being honest. I just don't see it going that long. So why not? 526, we take that. I could have sharpened, but it's blunt damage, so eh. Oh, half damage from everyone, that's annoying. Some of these effects I just don't pay attention to when I'm farming, like unlocks and stuff. Just because it doesn't really matter. And it's funny because I get to the point that I have everything unlocked on my main save file, and then I just think, hey, let's stream this game on a new save file. So we're back on the grind. But hey, I enjoy the grind. It's fun. Sometimes. 365. Yeah, he still hasn't reached the Titanfall. But you consider, too, we had 500 max HP on that last Titanfall. When we used it this time, we didn't have anywhere near that much. Like, with the right setup, you can just get some ridiculous damage. One day, we'll try and show off the Gruckly build. It is just very hard to set up. Because it requires a specific piece of equipment, and it requires multiple of, like, the triple your Fury cards. And just getting all of that stuff to line is genuinely pretty hard. Actually, for the Deja Vu, it does. It counts the Martyrdoms. Look at that, 21 Vanish cards. We'll have to see next time one of them popped up how much they do. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, the Martyrdoms count. There's last reward. I'm an idiot. It's discard pile, not draw. Put one card from your discard pile, put it in your hand. It just costs 0. Yeah, that's awkward. It's a shame you can't use that for Heiner. I just, that's so awkward. I do that a lot because some of the cards are discard pile and some of them are, you know, main pile. I just, oops. Push forward is less block. What are we at now? Well, with greet it. I think he has another, oh, he doesn't. It's fine. We don't need to continue using Martyrdom, but it's funny. Like, oh no, we'll die instantly in 6 or 7 turns. Whatever will we do? Except end the fight long before then. Yeah, Archon Near 2 has a ridiculous amount of resist. I mean, look at that. 36? Yeah, 23% less dark damage. That's why every dark proc just doesn't look like it does a lot to Archon Near. Oh! Heiner, my buddy. He hit you through your block. He has 1200 block and he did a 200 through it. The heck, dude? 362 would have been cool. I want to get some of these extra, like, scaling cards, though, and see what it does. I definitely don't want Heiner to die. It's not gonna matter, right? But it's... I didn't realize that was gonna happen. We Warpaint, we Carnage, and then we double bleed, and Archon Near is dead. I feel like we didn't really get to show it off, though. Like, oh, there's Citadel again. Like, we didn't get to see the max damage Heiner bop. Because I greeted last turn. It was like 500 damage, though. But I've seen Heiner do like 6k with a shield throw. I've seen Nezglek do like 3k. Although you could probably stack up more. It gets ridiculous. Like, where are they? Oh, I was about to say, where are the rest of the Deja Vus? I gotta try that sometime. We just don't take cards on purpose. But we unlocked a lot of prismatics. Like, we had actually never seen Citadel before. I've talked about it for like 5 or 6 runs in a row now for Magnus. And then we just see it on Heiner and never get to play it. But because of defense mastery and the fact that Magnus, I give a lot of 0-cost defenses. And Magnus, you know, cheapens defense cards. You can get other cards as well that lower that, like Mountain King, I think, is one. And then his last perk that we always take is just a flat extra energy per turn. It's really easy to cast Citadel by comparison. The only time we could have done it with Heiner was on the, like, 2nd turn. But we hadn't seen many of these prismatics. We did unlock a new pet. Not bad at all. But yeah, Retaliator's good. Every turn you cast Reprisal, you transfer 3 curses. It's part of what kept Nezglek alive, because your healer and your backline usually has less HP, so transferring those curses just keeps them from stacking debuffs. And that's part of the reason I think why Heiner took so much damage. I didn't see what card Archon Near used, but it does hurt. Evanescence is a cool card, I just never use it. You spend a certain amount of energy, and then you get a bunch of energy, stealth, and evade based on that card. So, a combo you could do, if there's ever a Scout Warrior, you know, it's Evanescence Citadel, but it just requires so much to fall in line, because for it to be worth it, I feel like, you want to use at least a card with 3 energy. You could do a 1 or 2, you know, and still get most of that energy back, plus some stealth and evade. But you still, like, I never know quite the way to use Evanescence. It's a weird one. Golden Laurel in general is very good, though. Just being able to draw extra cards, give everyone extra healing. You know, it's basically every turn you get one, right? And then you remove all charges. But every turn, you know, that's still 6% healing and resist. And because we had it, you know, corrupted, which I don't even think we've corrupted a prismatic so far. I think that was the first time. Again, just because it takes so much RNG, because you usually won't see a prismatic equipment prior to that last shop, or, you know, the event where you roll through the treasure pile, or you go to that shop, and when you defeat Dusk and Dawn. So getting a multiple copies is so rare. But very good, very good. Yeah, I like so many of these. It's just sad because some of these, yeah, see, we got way more too off this. It's sad because so many of the Tomb of Knowledge cards, sorry, what am I even saying? Tomb of Knowledge is just like the bestiary, right? It shows everything. So many of the prismatic cards are good generally, and then like the other half are very specific. So like Dark One, right? It is still +3 damage to everything. But because of the way stacks and stuff affect, if you're not running Dark Comp, which is one specific comp, Dark one isn't useful. And it also is a bad flip side because it means it's the one thing you're looking for when you're running Dark Comp, but we still haven't seen it. You know, we've done like 6-7 runs now, I think, with Dark Comp, and we still haven't seen it. But just taking a look just for, you know, interest's sake. We've seen Netherblade a lot, and it is generally good. There's a lot of mind damage, but certain comps it's still not helpful. But, you know, it's that same thing of like all damage plus 3 is still good. And I think a lot of the prismatic weapons are, but like, you know, all damage plus 3, extra bless charges. When you apply bless, you do extra damage, and sanctify. Well, the only person who usually goes for bless cards is Reginald. What else is there? Holy Grail is fun. When you hero, like, that's an interesting one because everyone still, all the healers still heal in some way usually. Let's see. Oh, I think this is one of the ones that took me a long time to find. It's literally the Novalia weapon. It's like specifically made for her. Destiny's just good, right? Like Destiny in general. The all damage plus 3 is always useful, but reducing the cost of the highest card by 4 will always be good no matter who it's on. It might not be as good as, say, specifically having Dark One on Zek, but it's that trade-off of just being better for most of the time. Same thing with Bonk Hammer, it's just funny. Every turn you just slow an enemy and make him deal half damage. But what else is there? Bastion is just Bastion is good for Heiner specifically, and even then I kind of like different things, because you saw, with just the Fortify stuff we had, I don't think we had any gear that affected it. He's had like 34 plus stacks at some points, and it's not good on like anyone else. Going down the list. There's a lot of really good gold equipment too. Iron Fortress as well. Like, you just don't want to put too much like speed downs on your warrior. You know, like Heiner's going to be slow regardless, but we've seen how important it is on Magnus. But you can give this on like a healer. Like, that's the weird thing, is tank items you think go on your tank. You can give this to your healer or your backline. Especially your healer, because again, I don't think it matters as much if they go last, because then there's damage to heal. Makes them tankier. Retaliator we saw. It's good on anyone. Literally anyone. Makes you tankier, and it makes you transfer curses. What else is there? Defiler is another weird one. Like, it feels like it only can go on a warrior. Straw Hat you have to do an entire questline for, but it is really broken. Max HP, resistance. Every turn, everyone gets 2 Inspire, 2 Vitality, 2 Powerful. It's extra damage, HP, and cards drawn every single turn. But it is that purple event we've seen, Morning at the Lake, and it's an entire questline because you have to get multiple keys. And then on that 4th floor, where we usually don't go in the center path, you can go down there. And I believe it also is guaranteed to give you another Prismatic. It's a very good questline. But like you can see, right, like the Biss for like Nezglect on the ring is a gold. But there's so many weird things, like Albatross Pendant takes, I think, the better part of a run to get to. And it's just singular pieces of equipment. But what else is there for rings? Kingmaker is just good. When healed, you know, you get Bless and Buffer. And everyone's going to get healed at some point. Mountain King is good for every warrior. 40 max HP, twice when you play a defense, it reduces cost. That's another one I was talking about. That is very good for being able to play Citadel. Power Coil is good. You know, every turn you get 6 powerful, you do a bunch of damage. All the Prismatics just give you, well, almost all of them give you a lot of stacks. Mana Loop is one that we've seen, and it's just so specific. Because basically, right, you get the stat stick HP. It's like damage for weapons, right? Max HP for rings is common. But you get minus 10 energy regeneration, and base is usually 3. So basically, you know, every time you play a card, you gain 1 energy. So you have to do this weird limbo where you have a bunch of 0-cost cards and a decent expensive cards. And it just is weird. I don't like it. I'm sure there's good builds for it, but I'm not a big fan. The 1 is just good. Extra energy per turn, speed. You get some stealth at the start of the turn. Energy regen stuff is just helpful for everyone, to be honest. What have we got for potions? The Ankh of Life, you know, extra regen, sustain. Cloud Song is weird because it looks like it's only good for Gustav because it's an instrument, but because it's every card, it doesn't matter. And I think they stack. So imagine having like Mountain King, Cloud Song, you know? What else is there? Golden Laurel, we saw the effect of that. Of course, there's Mirror of Cassandra, wherever that is. Did I skip it? I might have missed a couple prismatics. I feel like I didn't talk about all of them. They're just the really shiny ones, yeah. Oh, Pandora's Box. On the first turn you cast Last Hope, you discover 8 cards, and you get 2 of them, and they're free to play. Just very helpful. And then that's 10 in Shuffle 3. Like, it's hard to know, right? Because you're not ever going to have, usually, a prismatic in every single slot for every single character. So do you go with the Corrupted and get a 3rd free card and 2 more options, or do you give another person the option to get 2 free cards? Oh, I missed a decent amount. Dude, there's Nullifier. Yeah, every turn you apply Vulnerable. 10 max charges, but it's 5% resistance down. Like, the prismatics are usually game-changing. The problem is you can probably see some of these are good for everyone, and some of them are even better, but only for certain comps. It blows my mind, because this is one of those games that deck builders don't look like they're that complicated. Like, Slay the Spire feels like it's really simple when you're getting started, but the more and more you play, the more you realize, okay, I have to know this. I need to learn how to do this infinite. It's scary. But I do genuinely think this is probably the most broken card. Like, it obviously depends on what you draw each turn, but imagine double Citadeling, you know? No one's ever dying. But one last thing I wanted to do, I'll do the rest of the levels off stream, was check, because I was curious. Across the Obelisk, Madness 15... Oh, it's 16, apparently. Google autofill is telling me. So, Madness 16 tier list. This is just a basic one I'm pulling up. Oh, it's a YouTube video. I don't want to play it in case I get in trouble for that. Okay, this one's based on Madness 5 to 6. Wait, I'm gonna boot up this video and I'll mute it. If anyone wants to watch it, though, I'm not showing my monitor view. I'm showing my, just my base, view. So you won't be able to see it. But it's by a YouTuber called Scrage. So this is, obviously everything's right. It's going to be up to your own opinion. But he says, and this doesn't include all of them. It looks like it doesn't include DOC. But it says Otis, Wilbur, Gustav, Yager, and Bree work at all comps. I'm interested. I wonder what the Bree strategies are. Maybe they just don't go for as aggressive Thorns. A tier is Nezglect, Zek, Anduin, Evelyn, and Heiner. This seems a bit weird. I don't know, though. I'm not a Madness 16 player. I've only gone to, like, 6 or 7. But I was curious what people think about it, because one big consensus I've seen, because things like Heiner, I think, I've heard a lot of mixed opinions. Like, that list I was just looking at put Heiner at the 2nd highest tier. A lot of lists I've seen have just said because the stats, the speed, they put him lower. But of course, tier lists are always subjective. Some people do them like in League, they'll do it based off stats, but even then, you have champions that the top tier players in pro play say are really broken, and they have like a 40% win rate. But I know one thing that's common is, at the very least, Gustav and Wilbur are usually rated pretty high. But anyways, guys, sorry, I've rambled for a lot at the end of the stream. I really enjoy playing this game. I know usually a whole lot of people don't stop by and watch it because it's a bit of an older game and a lot more niche, especially as a roguelike. But it's fun for me, and it's a game that I'll probably continue to stream when I have time, because it's a nice way to kind of wind down in the afternoon or at night after, studying and doing stuff and running errands. But anyways, guys, I will try to stream the rest of the Genshin Lantern Rite tomorrow. If not, it'll be Monday or Tuesday probably, but I'm planning for tomorrow. And so thanks for everyone who stopped by. I know NTTube came by and, talked with me for a little bit. I enjoy talking to you guys when you stop by and chat, but I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.